There we go. Hi everybody, welcome to another stream on Bowtie Gaming 14. So today's agenda is that we're going to be pushing through another couple of chapters of Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. Last time we left off, we ended up on a massive cliffhanger after part 1. I say this because I'm pretty sure Black Eagle's route, that one's one more chapter, so I was so shocked to be like, oh, it's part 2 now. So yeah, we're going to be jumping right into part 2, and I am excited to see where the story leads, because last time we left off, Edelgard got basically brainwashed and used as the puppet by the Agarthans. And now Duke Ayer's in charge. Oh no. So let's see how Dimitri and the ragtag group of Blue Lions will be able to get their way out of this, or at least get decently into the story of part 2. So on that note, let's jump right in. I am psyched. Alright, cool. So it's like chapter 10 is called Fanaticism. Well, I know we got a couple of recruitable characters in that last battle, like Catherine and Shamir joined up, as well as... There was a third person, I'm just blanking on who it is. Well, I know Rodrigue rejoined the party. Let me double check my convoy really quick. Oh no, Rodrigue's gone. Oh no, that's who it was, it's Yuri. So yeah, Yuri's now in our party. Kind of the last unofficial Black Eagles, or excuse me, Blue Lions member, because he's originally from the kingdom. And then we just also formed an alliance-ship with the Alliance. So now we've got half of their people at our disposal, particularly those that kind of live in the south, and then also Marianne. So yeah, we got Lawrence, Roth, Ignatz, and Marianne as playable characters now. Obviously Claude and Hilda are off doing their own thing, and then same thing with Lysithea and Leone. They may or may not be joining our party later, and of course, like, we had the option to recruit them or not, it's just, we decided to take them. I don't know how early it's going to be available, but there is going to be a paralog at some point between these three characters, so that's why I wanted to do that, because that paralog is really something. But yeah, we've got so many people now. We got, like, the entire Blue Lions crew, we got all the girls from the Black Eagles, we got half of the Golden Deer, we've got half of the Ashen Wolves, because Balthus and Constance are elsewhere right now. And then we got some church members like Sedith, Flane, Catherine, and Shamir, which now I gotta get those guys situated with stats and all that good stuff, because there's so many more people in our party now. Alright, let's see if I got some extra battalions. The nice part about getting people later on in the story is that they're already higher leveled, so they don't have to catch up with you. So I'm just going to be starting off with getting going on that. And because this is one last chapter than I thought it was going to be, I think what I'm honestly going to do is, I'll try to get through 2 chapters, but if it just seems like there's too much content, I might try to at least get through 1 and go from there, since there's one last chapter I had to get through, but I'll see. Okay, they're good. Yuri needs a battalion. Then Catherine and Shamir need battalions. Alright, I had just enough battalions, apparently. Cool. Alright, then we got a lot of supports, wow. I'm gonna go ahead and save before I go right into support town.
Did you, sir? We'd like to hear your opinion on the matter we discussed earlier.
Regarding Count Karen, as I discussed with Gustav.
Looks like things are finally changing, Dedu. They've really started warming up to you, huh?
They have. That soldier I was speaking to lost his mother in Duscar. She was a knight of the kingdom. Naturally, his feelings toward me were complicated. We argued many times.
You arguing? Can't imagine what that looks like.
I thought it better than just letting him hurl abuse at me. Such a reaction was surprising for me as well. But now we have fought together, worried together, faced death together. I have shown him what I'm capable of, and he has come to trust me in turn.
Nice. Sounds like you really earned his respect then. Congrats, Dedu.
Strange. Why are you so happy for me?
Because we're friends. And friends are happy for each other when good stuff happens to them.
Are they?
Anyway, now you've just gotta keep it going and get even more people to trust you. Same goes for me. And Dimitri while we're at it.
You're right.
In the meantime, I'm gonna keep winning battles until I prove myself to you once and for all. So make sure you keep an eye on me out there, Dedu. Because I'm gonna be the most valuable fighter we've got. What? What's so funny?
Nothing. I look forward to your performance, but you already have my trust. No matter your origin or identity.
Really? You never know when I might betray you and turn my sword on Dimitri, though. Not to mention this weird power I have. Can you seriously say you trust me with that in mind?
Your power is concerning, but it does not define you. I'm sure you would not so easily betray His Majesty or myself, but know that if you do, I will cut you down without hesitation. That's who I am. You must understand by now.
Weird way to tell me you trust me, but it's got Dedu written all over it. I'm honored.
What's wrong? Your footwork is even sloppier than usual.
You noticed that, huh? It's nothing. There's just been a lot on my mind lately is all. And I was kinda lost in thought when you lunged at me, so I couldn't really react too well.
Training isn't the time for idle contemplation. You're worthless as a sparring partner if you let your mind wander. Not to mention that you do the same thing in actual battles. Getting distracted when you're training is one thing. Do it out there, and the enemy will cut you down without hesitation. We've been through this before. If there's something on your mind, just come out with it already.
I was just thinking you have a pretty good read on me now, too.
It was obvious something was wrong from the way you were fighting. And this is just payback for last time, so no complaining.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not.
If you say so. There's still something I don't understand, though. Where did you learn to fight like that? You clearly don't move like a knight, but I've never seen a mercenary use those techniques either.
I guess you could say I taught myself. I didn't really have one teacher who showed me everything. If anything, I just kind of picked stuff up as I moved from one band of mercs to the next.
That explains it. I was wondering why your style was so hard to read. Both knights and mercenaries use a standard set of battle-tested tactics. A book they all play by. But you're not bound to any single convention. I suppose that's what I found strange.
Probably doesn't help that I don't have to draw my sword like everyone else. When I think about it like that, it might have been for the best that I taught myself instead of subscribing to a particular school of thought.
A unique style all your own. Fascinating. Teach me.
I'd be glad to, but I'm the only one who can use my sword. It won't be easy to replicate.
That's for me to decide. If nothing else, I can adapt your moves for my own purposes. The more styles I know, the better.
If you say so. I don't know how this is gonna go, but I'll do what I can. Oh, and you can teach me in exchange. The more styles, the better, right? You fight sorta like a knight, but also sorta not. I mean that in a good way, of course. I'm not sure how to put it. It's almost like you react to the situation as it plays out. So, yeah. If we can combine our two styles somehow, I bet we'll both end up stronger for it.
Maybe so. How long are you going to keep staring blankly like an idiot? You should eat.
You're right. My apologies.
Let me guess, you're in a tizzy about how best to make use of the Church's forces. Or maybe you're just worried about how our forces will survive the winter. Well, knock it off. A good leader knows when to let their vassals do the worrying for them.
Is that why you left your uncle in charge of House Fraldarius?
Yes. though I've been returning to the territory the moment any issues arise with his governance.
And your mother? Is she in good health? I imagine it's difficult to manage all the family squabbles on her own.
Oh, she's fine. She's good at that sort of thing. I actually think she likes it. I suggest you focus on your own issues for once, instead of worrying about everyone else.
I'm not sure that's possible. Oh, but that does remind me. I hear the Knights wanted to hold a joint training session.
Forget it. You'll never change. I'd tell you to stop brooding so much, but I'd be wasting my breath.
I cannot afford to lose this war, Felix. I must protect the kingdom. I must avenge the fallen. Each day, we draw ever closer to those who pulled the actual strings. I've already punished any who knew of the plan and did nothing, as well as a number of middle-rank conspirators. But it isn't enough. There are still those who must answer for this crime with their lives.
You are a book with one chapter and no ending. What will you do when you actually have this revenge of yours?
I don't know. But if I can quell their grief and their hate, it will be enough. Do you hate me, Felix? After all, I saw Glenn die. I watched it and could do nothing. His end lies on my shoulders.
That's enough. I don't hate you, okay? You weren't responsible for any of that. They didn't die for your sake. They made their own choices of their own free will. Don't be so conceited.
But surely they didn't want to die. Yet they did so to protect me. Me. I am undeserving of such sacrifice.
I told you to quit brooding and eat. Your food's going to rot if you wait any longer.
Yes, of course.
Poor Dimitri.
What are you doing up so late, Mercy?
I was having trouble sleeping. You too, Annie?
Yup. I'm just so nervous about our battle tomorrow.
Perhaps we should chat for a while to ease our nerves.
That's a great idea. It reminds me of when we were students at the School of Sorcery in Verdiad.
When we shared a room and would stay up chattering until dawn?
Exactly. It feels like that was forever ago.
So much has happened in the meantime. We enrolled in the Officers' Academy, the war began.
But we've stuck together through it all. Even after classes were suspended. Of course, I'm so clumsy I felt like I was always getting in people's way while we were there. I couldn't have gotten through all this without you by my side.
And I've relied on you just as much. In fact, it often feels like you're the one who's constantly coming to my aid lately. Remember when I got stuck in that bandit's trap? I thought I was done for, but you came to my rescue.
Well, I wasn't gonna leave you in a bandit trap. Although, I just ended up falling right in and getting wounded myself. I was so desperate to save you, I wasn't paying attention to what was around me. If not for you healing me, I don't know what would have happened.
Well, we worked together and made it back in one piece. So all's well that ends well.
You know, I think we've always been like this. I feel like I can overcome anything so long as I'm with you.
And I feel the same. I hope we will be friends forever.
Oh, for sure. We'll be best friends until we're a couple of wrinkled old grannies. There are so many things I want to do with you. And so many places I want to go. I don't care if we're strolling through Deirdre or just window shopping. Everything's better with you.
I would love to go shopping in the capital. And then later, say, Annie, why don't we wait to talk about this until the war is over?
What? Why?
Because then we can each write down things we want to do as we think of them, and then show our list to each other afterward. Doesn't that sound fun?
That sounds very fun. We can even compete to see who has the longest list. I'm gonna scribble all my plans down as soon as I get back to my room so I don't forget.
But won't that keep you up longer?
Oh, right. My insomnia. You were so busy chatting I forgot all about it. Thanks, Mercy. I feel a lot better now.
My sentiments exactly. Good night, Annie. I'll see you tomorrow.
Alright, so that wraps up the supports. Our camp certainly is lively now the Alliance has joined us. It feels as though I'm gazing upon a scene from the Academy. Ah, this takes me back. I hope this will be an opportunity for me to cultivate new friendships.
It's you.
If you asked me a few months ago, I never would have guessed Fodlan would be in such turmoil. I always thought the Emperor's approach was a bit rash, but it didn't seem wholly unreasonable either. At least not until the battle in Aryan Road. Duke Geyer was reinstated as Prime Minister right after that. In fact, it's almost as though he was just waiting for the Emperor's defeat, don't you think? Yeah, poor AD Cheese.
Well met.
The death of the head of House Rowe marked their downfall. To be blunt, their territory belongs to the royal family now. If I make a name for myself in this battle, I might be granted my own land. The guy can dream, can he? Still, I wonder who will end up with Aryan Road. Kind of also, because this is one thing that also happened going into Phase 2, is that the theme kind of gets a bit more vibrant and upbeat. So I'm kind of just listening to, like, Phase 2's camp.
What do you think?
How did it feel going on to the battle again? Were you overcome with sentimentality?
Right on.
Yeah, I was excited to get back to it. Excited. Can't say I was expecting that response. Well, yeah, and the funny part is with the Black Eagles playthrough, you encounter Byleth way more frequently, whereas this route, not as much.
Good day.
So far, anyways. We meet again, Gabby. Now that you have arrived, you have nothing more to fear, for I am the one who carries both the Alliance and its gloriously unreliable leader upon my very shoulders. My larger concern is for the Alliance territories. People must be losing sleep over my absence. Must apologize. You finally have reinforcements, and yet you get me as their commander. Now, if it bothers you, I can return to the Alliance at once. What are you talking about? You've already come this far. We're all counting on you, so just do your best you can.
Yes.
Right, I'll try. Poor Marianne, jeez. Another battle on the horizon, and one that will decide the Empire's fate, no less. Have you heard how the Imperial family army's in disarray? I wonder what's going on. And what has become of 80?
Yeah, I
It's
don't
a
know.
definite concern. If the Empire falls apart, chaos will spread through the rest of Fodlan. Probably right. Maybe I should... No, I'm sorry. I'm alright. I can fight. The battlefield is my stage, after all. I was hired as a formality, of course, but I have subordinates and family in the kingdom, so it worked out for the best. Don't worry, trust is the foundation of my business. I'm not going to betray you simply because it strikes my fancy. But I suppose I would understand if someone didn't believe me because of my circumstances.
That reminds me.
One time I was driving my wagon down the road after it rained, and wouldn't you know, it got stuck in the mud. The knight just happened to be passing by, and he stopped and lifted the wagon straight out from the muck all by himself. It wasn't until later I found out that knight was the king. I just about keeled over, let me tell you. I'm forever grateful and maybe a little frightened. A regular person shouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, that's what his crest does. It makes him basically super strong. Oh, hey, nice timing. Let me introduce you to my partner here. The name's Shamir. Nice to meet you. Thanks for your help at Aryan Road. Shamir left the Knights of Saros 2 years ago and been working as a mercenary in the Alliance. But she's going to be fighting with us from now on. I can vouch for her skills. Excited that the duo is together again.
Nothing to report.
Greetings, Commander. Nothing to report. With all these Alliance folk coming to lend a hand, it feels like our camp went from boring to bustling overnight. Seeing all these people milling about reminds me of when I was at Garrick Mach. To basically confirm that, yes, that is the same gatekeeper as Three Houses. Kind of the whole thing is that he has a twin brother, and that's who the gatekeeper is in the Black Eagles route, but that's the whole deal, because they're originally from the Empire. The Empire has changed greatly since they defeated Aryan Road. Her Majesty reappointed Duke Geyer and delegated the majority of political administration to him. He should have stayed banished, if you ask me. Both Lord Ferdinand and the Marquise disappeared from the palace soon after. There's no future for the Empire. Joining the Kingdom Army was the right choice. And that's how you know something is wrong, because under normal circumstances, Ferdinand wouldn't be abandoning his father, so that's how you know something's off. Right when things had finally died down in the west, they go and send my father to the Alliance.
Aww.
He works too much even though he's getting on in years. What am I gonna do with him?
Let's see.
He sure does. Guess what happens when you're reliable as he is. I know it's all technically a good thing, but it still worries me. Since he's working so hard, there's no excuse for me not to do the same.
To tell the truth,
I spent some time in Calamus and was exceedingly busy helping all the people there. Many were fleeing for the Empire with the Central Church's aid.
Yeah, I
Must have
don't
been
know.
rough. Since you're back, does that mean things have settled down over there? Yes, for now, though I'm sure the situation will grow dire once the fighting starts. The battlefield is a dreadful place, and it's truly horrifying to take another person's life. And yet at this point, the thought of doing nothing is far worse.
Are you busy?
The king's attendant is from Dusker, and some commoners have been knighted as well. I've heard that even a former bandit has become a general. Oh, and a mercenary captain has too. I wonder if they promote someone like me one day. I got more than enough ambition. Looks like my days of peace and quiet are over. Why do you think they're sending me to the front lines again? Is it because I'm from the Empire? Oh, this is too much pressure.
You sure?
It's not even where you're from. People are just counting on you, and no one's forcing you to do anything. Counting on me? Well, when you put it that way, alright, I'll do it! Yeah, go Bernie Bear!
I know you.
Hey, long time no see. You haven't changed a bit. How's it been going?
Right on.
Good, can't complain. Though it'd be better if we could end this war with the next campaign. Wouldn't that be nice? At any rate, I'm glad to be working with you again. My motivation goes right out the window when you're not around.
Hey!
We probably shouldn't lean on the Alliance too much, but it's nice to have allies. We even got people from the Golden Deer here now, which is really assuring. Definitely, they're a force to be reckoned with. I'd be counting on them in battle.
I agree.
The Empire may have sheer numbers, but I think there may be hope for us yet. But as to what happens between us after the Empire is defeated, your guess is as good as mine.
Amazing, actually.
This is my first time visiting Kingdom territory. There's something fascinating around every corner here. The very climate allows for diverse and rare plant life, and each town or village has their unique charms. Truly, Fodlan's vastness astounds me every day. Oh, my apologies. I must compose myself. We are at war, and I'm a knight after all.
So, anyway.
There's this guy I know. He's one of the best mercs you'll ever see. He's got to be raking in the coin, but every time I bump into him, he's always been asking for money. Last time I saw him, he's working for the Empire. I wonder if he's still with them. If he's helping with all their pillaging, I'll bash his brains in myself. Ooh, inset.
Excuse me.
We are seeing each other after a long time. Are your skills still sharp? Of course, you went back to Bridget, right? Yes, home was very good. I went to the ocean and forest like when I was a child. I also said hello to the spirits. Said the ocean was beautiful. Yes, it was. I'm wanting to show it all to you one day. It was lovely to be swimming again. I do not hear of swimming at Fodlan. It is great sadness.
So, yeah.
Good on you for sticking with the Kingdom Army this long. Must have been tough, huh? But your hard days are over now. I've called in a favor from Claude, you see.
Huh?
I'm not sure I follow. What are you asking for? Meat! I asked him to get us some delicious, juicy meat so we can really give it our all. We'll be swimming in tasty foods from all over the Alliance in no time, so make sure you get good and hungry. Heck yeah, let's go.
Hey there. Got a second?
You went back to Galatea for a bit, didn't you? How was it? Your family holding up okay? Not much has changed, thankfully. Also, my father said to make sure I send you his regards. He said you know what that means. Whoa, wait. Did I do something wrong? I haven't done anything wrong, right? At least not lately. It's my father's idea of a joke. I'm certain he knows how hard you've been working. And how's your family been since, your brother?
So, the story
My
is...
father's been the same as ever, but I think my mom's taking it pretty hard. Miquelon wasn't her biological son, but she cared about him all the same. Aside from that, there's been nothing out of the ordinary in Galatea territory. The Serang armies came knocking in a few times, and we sent them packing. I see. Well, I suppose no news is good news, then. Yeah, meanwhile, Sylvain's like, and nothing of value was lost. I no longer have to deal with that asshole anymore.
Let's see. A moment.
The Archbishop has long hoped to recapture Garrick Mock Monastery. Now that wish might finally come to fruition, and he applaud to thank for it. While I would have preferred him to be a devout follower of the Church. I wouldn't say I'm devout either. Not all of us are religious. Of course not, nor would I censure for that. However, it's undeniable that the people in the Alliance territory are less religious than those in the Kingdom. The Eastern Church presides over Leicester, yet they do not appear particularly enthusiastic in spreading the faith. On the other hand, the Western Church fanatical leanings are another cause for concern.
I see. Have you need of me?
Much has changed in Fargus over the past few months. For instance, House Mateus and Gideon have new leaders, and Lord Rodrigue is currently stationed in the west to ensure conflicts are kept to a minimum. Though I expect all this is relatively calm there now, so he should undoubtedly return to us next month.
Actually,
There are tons of people here now, what with folks from Leicester adding to the kingdom and the church's numbers. It was just recently we began seeing eye to eye with the people from Fargus. I hope we can get along with those from the church in Leicester, too. Your Majesty, please take care. Your wounds have barely healed, and yet you're working incessantly.
No.
When should I work if not now? There is no need for concern. I can wield my spear as I always have.
No way.
You sure you're just not trying to tough it out? Getting enough rest is part of your job, too. Suppose you have a point, but I promise I know my limits. If I'm honest, my thoughts tend to stay to the situation with the Empire regardless. I cannot fully relax. If we had been able to defeat Edelgard, or better yet, Talus...
No.
What's past is past, Your Majesty. Right now we must focus on the battle before us. Yes, you're right, my friend. Alright, so that's the end of the conversation, so now time for preparations before we head out to the battle map. Probably start with the activities. Let's see. I know last stream went like 2 hours late, so if it kind of gets to be like 4
Can you make
hours and I'm
yourself
nowhere
useful?
near close completing the second chapter, I may have to go at a slower pace than 2 chapters or a stream. I'll just have to see on that. Might as well gain some affinity with the new party members.
Counting on you both.
I am confident you'll be impressed with my efforts.
Sure, I'll help.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
Yeah, because I know if any paralogs come up, that's going to make things go slower too.
Counting on you both.
And I'm pretty sure there were 2 last
I
time.
don't know how much. I sure hope it's. We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
I've got nothing to
Yuri's
worry about
shoes,
with the
just
two of
gosh
you
darn
on
it, my dude.
Stop quaking in your boots and help me already.
Easy for you to say. I just want to go home. We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
Counting on you both.
I will see it done speedily.
Very well.
We all must do our share to make yourself useful.
I've got nothing to worry about with the two of you on the job. The dynamic duo of the Knights of Seros are together again at last. Now let's get to work.
Ignore her. Once she gets going, there's no stopping it.
I love these
No
two
big deal
as a
for this
duo.
pair.
Indeed. Teamwork is the key to everything.
We all must do our fair share. Care to make
I
yourself
just
useful?
absolutely love those two as a duo.
I've got nothing to worry about with the two of you on the job.
Why are they sending you to work, Your Majesty? This will make it a lot harder to slack off. Unless that's the whole point.
That's enough talk. Let us begin.
I just love Sylvain's expression. He's like, oh no.
We all must do our fair share.
His Majesty's watching me. Crap.
Time to work you into shape.
Alright, so ideally I want to get this, so might be a bit because I'm going to wait to get more materials. But yeah, I want to unlock this ASAP because now this will allow me to get master classes, but then of course I have to buy master seals first, and then obviously this next because then I can have up to 16 people training at
you'll
once.
be unstoppable.
Okay, I suppose I can buy the master seals.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Alright, let's see. Throw Catherine and Shamir in for some training. Alright, I got them going. I think the dude's got enough training going on right now, so I'm gonna throw in Lawrence. Start with that.
A new power.
Time to work you into shape.
Let's see what the situation is with Petra. Yeah, I've got plenty of advanced seals. I might as well use some.
A new challenge.
Okay, so then I'm gonna go ahead and train. Alright, Meteor! Let's see if she can do something else. Alright, I'll probably swap out Dorothea for someone else then. Get Yuri in the fray on this. I'm gonna swap out Annette for Sylvain. And then I'm gonna swap out Annette for Lawrence. Training montage! That lasted 5 seconds. Okay, so Bernadetta's good for now in terms of training, so then I'm gonna throw Marianne in there. Alright, I got one more training. Let's see what Sylvain's up to.
Time to work you into shape.
Alright, then go to Sylvain, because now he can upgrade to... I'm gonna have him be a Wyvern Rider. Might as well be fun.
Well,
Alright, so then I'm gonna go ahead and do training again.
The more power. That should come.
Hey.
Okay, and
time
that's the
to work
end
with
of
proper training. You'll be unstoppable.
So the last thing I can do until I can go to the battle map is, or the last thing I... Oh, never mind, I just realized there's someone in the dining hall. I haven't heard their dialogue yet. Alright, one more thing. Wee! Run, Shez! Run like the wind, Shez!
Hey!
I came here under our leader's orders. Imagine my surprise when I found out kingdom food is practically inedible. Maybe it's because the land's not as fertile or something, but the grub is tasteless. And don't even get me started on the booze. I'm the best chef that the Alliance has to offer. It's high time I teach these kingdom folks what real food is. Wee!
I carry a little of everything here.
Okay, so now I can finally buy Master Seals.
You've got an eye for quality,
The only
friend.
caveat is I only
soon.
have 2 of them, so I have to use them sparingly. At least until I can buy more later. But then, of course, once I get Anna, I should be able to buy at least one or 2 more. Alright, so before I get too far into anything else, time to go to the battle map. And as I stated earlier, a lot of this is optional. Love and hate in wartime and unsettling truths. Okay, so now there's 2 paralogs. Alright, so I guess never mind, we're going into Paralog Mode. I'll do this one first. Catherine tells Ash what happened with his older brother, Kristoff, from her perspective. Before he can digest what she shared, however, familiar faces appear before him. So cool that there's a paralog with him and Yuri. Let's go.
So is it true, Catherine? About you and my brother?
Yes, it's true. But are you sure you want to talk about this before your scouting mission?
I wouldn't have asked if I wasn't.
In that case, yes. I chose to hold to what I believed in, which meant he had to die. If you can't forgive me for it, then I stand ready for your challenge.
I have no right to judge you. I also betrayed people I cared about for my beliefs. And in some cases, even led them to their death.
Fair enough. Now get going, and make sure you keep your emotions in check while on duty.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey there, Slowpoke. I think this is everyone who's available at the moment. Oh, and I've got some bad news. Looks like Imperial troops have surrounded Ash's scouting unit.
Sounds like they got wise to our plan.
Yep. Either Ash slipped up, or we've got a spy in our midst. Still, they sent a pretty impressive force if they're just looking to take out one little scout party.
That's why we think their true aim lies elsewhere.
Maybe they see this as their chance to draw out the infamous Thunder Catherine.
I don't think so. They've got no reason to think I'd come running to Ash's rescue.
I think you've got it backwards. Most likely, they're just coming after Ash. Apparently, some of the enemy's soldiers were flying the flag of House Gaspar.
I'm worried about Ash. What's left of House Gaspar probably thinks him a traitor.
Yeah. He won't be winning any popularity contests with that band anytime soon. You could be the most virtuous, upstanding knight in the land, and still be the embodiment of evil to whoever is on the other side.
Well, that's a fun thought.
We don't know much about the enemy, but there don't seem to be any generals of note among them. So here's the plan. We're all going to rush in there, grab Ash, and hightail it back out. Good? Good.
Already, my knights. You two make sure you're prepared too. If we aren't quick about this, we're all going to end up very dead.
It must be hard for Ash to fight against what remains of his old house.
If he's not ready to have people hate him, he should get out of the killing business. When you're alive and looking to stay that way, your interests inevitably butt up against someone else's. And look, Ash is clearly in a tough spot, but he's no fool. And he's come too far to lay down his life now. I mean, he killed his own father figure in the name of justice. It'll take more than this to shake him.
You've got a lot of confidence in him.
Hey, the guy came from nothing just like me. I can't help but root for him.
Alright, time to jump right in.
We need to secure an escape route. But I think we should deal with Ash first.
Right. Who knows how much longer he can hold out. We need to break through the troops surrounding him as soon as possible.
Let's get this operation underway. Starting the mission now.
Time to go to work. You think this rickety little stronghold can slow me down? Don't make me laugh.
Not a problem.
My turn?
I live for this!
Alright, now we're gonna taste the Thunder Brand.
Let's do this!
If he'd never adopted this filthy wretch of a child, Lord Lenato would still draw breath.
I recognize all of these faces. No doubt they despise me for betraying Lenato.
Catapults! Watch out, everyone! I'll cut you down! You're done!
The things I do for this kid. I see why his brother always looked out for him.
Ash, I'm coming to rescue you, so don't you dare die before I get there!
Huh? Was that Catherine?
Let's do it.
Not a problem.
In a bad spot.
This stronghold will fall!
Yeah, right.
Glad you're okay, Ash. Now come on, let's haul ourselves out of here.
I'm sorry for the trouble. Really.
Not getting through here. These folks are clearly trying to hurt us in a certain direction. I don't see another choice.
Don't worry, kid. No trap in all of Earthling can hope to hold us.
Lenato would still be alive if I had just remained loyal and fought beside him.
Oh, look, it's a trap. I'm so surprised. Come on, let's kill these guys and get out of here.
Let me...
Alright, Swarm!
Lord Lenato looks down on you with scorn, you ungrateful peasant!
And what? Ash was supposed to show his gratitude by dying alongside the guy? Come on. Ash, You did what you did because you thought it was right. So don't give in now.
Yeah.
Yes!
I'll put you down! You're done!
Why, you little...
I'm sorry, but I did what I thought was right.
Let's keep moving. Well, a different way, because there's no getting through here.
Alright, on to this stronghold.
Lots of enemies this way, too. Guess we've just gotta push through them.
We've no other choice.
Oh.
Keep up, Ash.
Crap, I realized I was
Yes,
supposed to go
ma'am.
around. Might as well switch to somebody else.
I
Or...
get it now. Renato would have wanted me to stay true to myself.
Well, well, someone finally snapped out of it. You're looking good, Ash. I mean, no match for me, but who is?
Whew, this should help.
Our escape route's ready. All that's left is to take it out of here.
Let others say what they will. I've chosen my path.
Okay, that was a lot more work than they're paying me for.
Don't go relaxing just yet. That tricky commander of theirs is still out there.
Oh, it's Palardo. Gosh darn it, Palardo.
Oh dear. It appears my friends from Gaspar weren't up to the task.
Alright, time to kick Palardo's
He
butt.
must be the one who incited this whole rebellion. He'll pay for that with his life.
Basically, Palardo is like a merchant who ended up becoming a thief in a time skip of 3 hours. You kill him almost immediately. Unless the Black Eagle playthrough, in that case, he survives post-time skip into the story, but then you kill him during the Paralog.
Yes, I imagine you'd fetch a tidy sum.
You capture me? Not likely.
Arrow barrage!
And after I showed them all those weapons, too. What a useless bunch.
Need to be careful. For justice! You're through!
Alright,
Why does
Palardo
nothing
actually
ever go
dies.
as planned?
And that's that. Come on, Ash. Let's go.
Thank you, everyone.
I've learned it.
Looks like we're safe. Though I have to say, we cut that way closer than I'm comfortable with.
You're telling me. I could have done without that wretched merchant riling up what was left of Gaspar. I'm gonna need hazard pay for that one. Remind me to send Dimitri an invoice later.
Don't trouble His Majesty with such things.
Easy there, friend. I'm just blowing off some steam. Don't go getting your honor in a twist.
Well, I am a knight after all. Though, after fighting those people from House Gaspar, I wonder if I'm even worthy of the station.
Our entire job is killing people. It's what we do from sunup to sundown. You really think that line of work won't make you an enemy or 3?
Yes, you're right. And if I needed it, This was certainly a stark reminder. Lenato once told me to hold true to my beliefs. So, I'll keep trusting my own sense of justice and walk the path I've chosen. There's no turning back now.
Now there's the Ash I know and love.
Thank you, friend. And thanks to you as well, Catherine.
I could never abandon an ally in need. Besides, I owe it to Kristoff to keep you alive.
So I probably should have asked this already, but who is Kristoff?
Ash's adoptive older brother, and Lord Lenato's true son. We were classmates at the academy, and close friends. But when he got swept up in a conspiratorial plot, I had no choice but to put him to the sword.
This all sounds very complicated.
Oh, it is. But you can't escape your past. No one can. You, Ash, Yuri, we all have our baggage.
Well, what say we head back? I'm sure everyone is waiting for us.
Good idea. The kingdom will need to decide how to deal with House Gaspar.
I hope they can find some measure of peace. Regardless, I intend to help them however I can.
Must you? Whenever you do your best, it tends to make additional work for the rest of us.
Seriously, Yuri, can't you just agree with me for once?
What's wrong, Catherine?
No, nothing. Just thinking about the past is all.
Alright. An attack on a group of mercenary-turned-bandits sheds light on the truth behind the tragic deaths of Raphael's parents. An incident that has long weighed on Ignaz's mind.
Ignaz Victor reporting, Your Excellency.
Yes, come in.
Greetings, Your Excellency.
I think you're supposed to say, forgive my intrusion.
Right, yes. Forgive me, Your Excellency.
Listen, Ignaz, I may have a title now, but you and I are still friends as we have always been. All this formality is starting to make my skin crawl. Please, just treat me the same as ever you have.
Oh, right. Of course. Anyway, what do you need?
So basically, for some very brief backstory on, like, where the Alliance characters are at, Raphael opened up an inn with his family, particularly his grandparents and his sister, and then, Ignaz is Lawrence's knight.
You've no doubt heard about the bandits who appeared in Gloucester, yes? The ones who were supposedly former mercenaries.
And then Marianne's just kind of doing her own thing.
They've been around for a while, right?
Yes. My men have been searching for their base for some time now, and I believe they have finally located it. I took the opportunity to look into the provenance of these bandits anew, and it seems they were indeed a mercenary band. One in the employ of my father.
Also, at this point, Lawrence is actually Count Gloucester. His father, for reasons, had to retire.
I see.
For some reason, they have abandoned the sellsword life and fallen into banditry.
But why would they do that?
I do not know. I attempted to discuss it with my father, but his only concern at present is finding me a proper spouse. When I ask, he evades me and changes the subject.
Yes. That's quite the conundrum.
Regardless, I cannot ignore these bandits, especially if my father had something to do with them. Thusly, I have decided to deal with them myself, and I was hoping you might join me.
Of course. I'm a knight of House Gloucester, after all.
Good. Oh, and as it would be a rather tall order for the two of us to take on a gang of brigands alone, I have called in some additional support.
Hey, Lawrence. I came as soon as I could.
Just once, I wish one of my acquaintances could split the difference between absurd formality and dire nonchalance. I am a count now, you know.
Wait, so are we not friends because you're a count?
No, what I meant to say is...
Look, enough with the titles. I'm a busy woman, so let's get moving already.
I will have you know, a noble is nothing without their... Oh, never mind. I asked you here because I need your help dealing with bandits in my territory.
That's it? Well, sure. I'm happy to help.
Look, here's the thing. I played the entire Black Eagles playthrough. Like, there's probably other ones that happen in this route as well as the Golden Deer route. I can definitively say so far... Well, actually, there's one that happens, at least in the Black Eagles route, that I think might be on par with being my favorite paralog so far. This ties, or it's my second favorite. It is really, really funny.
That was easy. I suppose it does indeed pay to have some true friends in one's corner.
Sure does. Besides, if just you and Ignaz try to do it, you're gonna get kicked into next moon.
Have you ever considered not saying the first thing that pops into your head? The two of us could easily handle this matter. I am simply being prudent. Also, these are not some run-of-the-mill ruffians, but rather highly trained former mercenaries.
Right, the old mercenary to bandit career path.
They have some connection to my father as well, so I would like to uncover what we can in the process.
You got it, boss. If we fight and win, I'm sure some info will turn up on your old man.
I am not certain I follow your logic, though I suppose it would be the preferred outcome. Now then, we should be off. With my subjects in peril, there is not a moment to waste. We will depart as soon as you are ready.
I'll take my payment in meat, please.
I shall tell the kitchen to prepare a ham.
Alright. I'm smirking because there is a particular line at the end of the paralog that I am dying for you guys to see, because it's glorious. It's floating kind of on the, at least on Twitter already, but nothing could have prepared me for witnessing that. And it's very on par with
when you stand up and scream your name like that, it prevents us from launching any kind of sneak attack.
House Gloucester has no need of such dishonest trickery. If our foe is asleep, we kick out their pillow before the battle begins. Firstly, let us deal with the bandits outside the base.
Alright.
I think this will go. I'm prepared to see this through.
All right, I'm going ahead. All right. There's nothing these muscles can't do.
Now it is my turn.
Let's do this!
I shall not permit you to wreak any more havoc within my borders.
Let's go! Don't think it's gonna be able to kill him, but it's gonna get close.
No, not yet.
Say, Lawrence, why don't you hang back and let us handle this?
Do not coddle. I am more than capable of holding my own against this pack of curs.
It's just so weird also to, like, okay, obviously, like, the three lords, like, obviously they have their titles. I'm aware of that, but, like, it's weird to see some of the nobles, like, some of the other nobles inherit their titles, like Lawrence, because, like, he definitely doesn't until after the house is over. But yeah, like, Edelgard and Hubert definitely inherit theirs during, like, Three Houses. Same thing with,
none shall surpass
Dimitri. Okay, depends on the circumstances. Like, in the Black Eagles playthrough, he becomes king, but then just because of the uprising, but yeah, we were able to quell it in this timeline, but not in the Three Houses timeline, and he gets just screwed over massively, so he doesn't officially ascend to the throne until after the story's over. And he dies in the Golden Deer
We're near the
route.
place where Claude's grandfather met his end, aren't we?
Indeed. I think you are correct. Could this group perchance have some connection to that most unfortunate incident?
Alright, cool.
That is enough for the soldiers outside. Let us proceed to attacking the base. By the good name of Lawrence Hellman Gloucester, you foul marauders shall terrorize my subjects no longer!
Gloucester, let's get out of here before we get me into a pump again!
Alright. Strategy time.
Not a problem. I've got this.
I think this will go well. I'm prepared to see this through.
Alright, where the heck is Roth at? There we go.
All right, here I go. All right, here I go. We let these folks go.
Take care of him.
You'll just cause more trouble.
This one guy in the corner is going to move really
track him down.
fast. And I need a cavalry unit in order to catch up with the dude.
You yourself are a former mercenary, yes? Pray point out everyone you recognize.
You do realize that not every mercenary knows each other, right?
Now it is. There is.
Keep your eyes on me.
Yeah, I guess the only way to cut off is... Yeah, I don't know if Ignox is going to be able to catch up in time. Crap. Nope.
No! They got away!
Yeah, that is the annoying part about this Paralog is that, like, if they escape, you're screwed. I think I actually had to start this one over because the second escape route was, they were too far away.
If we let these folks...
I think this will go well.
Okay, so let's try that. Let's try a different
prepared to see this through.
Not a problem.
Shaz, go
I've got
here.
this.
Ross, go
All right,
here.
I go. I'm going to... All right,
And then
here
I will
I go.
cut off that guy in the
Go!
corner.
They'll just cause more trouble somewhere else. Let's track them down.
Oh yeah, I forgot that guy goes around.
You yourself are a former mercenary, yes? Pray point out everyone you recognize.
You do realize that not every mercenary knows each other, right?
Okay, then I gotta be strategic about this.
Not a problem.
Shaz can run faster, and then I'll have
think this will
Ignox
go well.
catch up to this dude. Hopefully this will.
Go for it! Now it's there. It.
Okay, I'm gonna take
a breather.
Shaz. Hopefully I'll be able to catch up with this dude. Yeah, actually, you know what? The shortcut would probably go in this direction. There we go.
I've got you now.
My mother and father died not too far from here. That was a long time ago now.
They were merchants, yes?
Yeah. They were traveling with the old Duke Regan and got attacked by monsters.
There we go. now that's cut out. Okay, I think I'm back. Yeah, I know, I guess I just got luckier the last couple of streams where the microphone didn't cut out, but yeah, it's just like the last 2 nights it happened like 3 hours into the stream and it wasn't that big of a deal, but this it's like, oh, it happened an hour ago. Well, to be fair, maybe it's the difference in the game I was playing. Well, I can't even say that, because I was playing this game 2 days ago and I didn't cut out those 3 hours in. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm just trying to do this because then Shez can warp all these locations. No, not yet. Alright, Lawrence is done. I'm gonna have him take care of
now
this.
It is my turn.
Stronghold.
During the period when my father employed these mercenaries, monster attacks were a rather common occurrence in this region.
Not a
and
problem.
just to kind of be in the vicinity, I'll have to
These
do that.
monsters took the lives of both the former Duke Regan and Raphael's parents.
Pay attention, Lawrence. You keep staring off into space. Some bandit's gonna run up and conk you on the head.
Yes, of course. I must focus on the battle at hand.
Yes, the fun part about Ignatz is that, like, he actually has,
now, let us bring it down.
his arrows spew paint out like Splatoon.
Alright, that should be all.
We can't get out the front. Let's cut around back.
Trust me, you want to route these guys.
There's nothing these monsters.
I think this will go well. I'm prepared to see this through.
There's something strange about the enemy's current movements. Perhaps they have another escape.
Okay, so now I know where they're coming from, so I'm gonna have
now it is
Lawrence
my
take
turn.
care of this dude. Because this is where I was getting screwed over in the past was, or what the last time I did this was the fact that like some of them are coming from really far away. You have to make sure that you guys are positioned to route them to cut them off, otherwise you're screwed.
I've got you now.
He's dead.
They're trying to get out the back way. After them.
Yeah, no escape.
That one's down. And have Ignatz go help Roth out.
I think this will go well.
Funny how you're like a real knight now, Ignatz. You used to be so scrawny.
I think everyone looks scrawny compared to you, Raphael.
Time to punch some stuff. Alright, there we go.
We stopped them.
Gotta be ready for anything.
You? The Count? Where's your father, you little brat?
Retire. I am the Count of Gloucester now.
You don't say. In that case, I'll have to take my revenge on you instead.
Alright.
I think this will go well. I'm prepared to see this through.
All right. Here I there's nothing these muscles can't do.
Now it is my turn. There...
I'll take your spot. All right.
He seeks vengeance against my father. Whatever was driving these...
Let's go! Power time! Marvel, take the wheel! Assuming they can take out the time limit.
I am troubled by this development. But as the ruler of this domain, I must do my duty and eliminate these bandits.
Now they're firing at us.
This is awful. We have to do something.
Actually, you know what? I should probably go after them. Hurry, though. Hopefully I can get there before the time limit goes up so I can use the crit accordingly. Should be able to make it in theory. Okay, cool.
You like that?
Too easy.
Hey, time for crit time!
I've got you now.
Oh, couldn't hurt.
I've got you now.
Say, Raphael?
Be quiet and fight, Ignatz. These guys are serious business.
Alright, the ballistas are
Splendid!
done.
We have the advantage. Accept your defeat! Now it is my turn.
Watch your eyes on me!
Ain't you traitorous nobles tired of beating us up yet?
Alright, time to kick this guy to the kid. Her, rather.
Wait, you claim my father betrayed you?
Used us and threw us away like trash, he did. They tried to make us disappear so as to sweep it under the rug! Yeah, right!
Let me paint you a picture.
Just kill me and be done with it already. At least that way it'll finally be over.
I would speak with you yet. I need to understand what has transpired here.
We did it! We won!
Meat party when we get home!
Yeah!
And Lawrence is mine!
You all go on ahead. I must speak with the
Meat
bandit.
party, meat party, meat party. Let's go!
This...
Alright, cool.
There you are, Lawrence! That took so long, I thought maybe that bandit general got you.
We had much to discuss, which I will share with all of you now.
Did you uncover the reason for their grudge against your father?
Indeed. As we suspected, they were once mercenaries in his employ. At first, they were used in the ways one might think. Keeping villages safe, guarding the border, and so on. But one day, they were given a very strange order by a supposed envoy of my father.
What was the order?
They were told to threaten any merchants heading toward Regan and force them to turn back.
Yeah, that's a weird one, all right.
The mercenaries felt the same and balked at the idea of raising their swords against unarmed merchants. Instead, they decided to chase a pack of wild monsters into the merchants' path and scare them that way.
Sounds like a good way to get everyone killed.
Indeed. You see the matter already. The plan worked, at first. Then one day they caught wind that merchants were approaching and loosed monsters on them per the established method. An ordinary group of merchants would have simply run away and lived. But one among this group drew his sword and began to fight. This was Lord Godfrey, who at the time held the title of Duke Regan. He fought valiantly, but ultimately in vain. Sadly, he perished along with the merchants he had hoped to protect.
This is Claude's uncle.
The merchants that included Raphael's parents.
So the former Duke Regan and Raphael's parents all died because of your dad, Lawrence?
So it would seem. I am terribly sorry, Raphael. Please, accept my apology in my father's stead.
Hey, knock it off. You didn't do anything wrong.
As it happens, my parents were meant to accompany Godfrey that day. But they had a scheduling conflict and recommended that Raphael's parents go instead. Which means...
Not you too, Ignorance! Look, everybody. Kids aren't responsible for what their parents do.
I mean, here's the thing. If Raphael is chastising everyone else for being too down on themselves, it's like, okay, maybe we should listen to the dude.
Lawrence, do we know for sure that the order came from your father?
I was wondering the same thing. Your father was always protective of the nobility's reputation, and it seems strange he would do something so sneaky. And so anti-merchant besides.
Based on what the bandits said, I suspect it was someone from our house acting alone.
So yeah, this because like in the original one, this does come up, but people speculate whether or not it was Lawrence's father. So this confirms it was not his father, but some other relative.
By the time my father realized what was happening, the culprit had vanished, along with any hope of ever sussing out their true motives.
And to be honest, it could have been an Agarthan too.
Only the mercenaries remained, and my father had no choice but to punish them.
I bet they didn't care at all about what happened behind the scenes. Far as they were concerned, Their employer betrayed them.
But I don't get how any of this has to do with you right now, Lawrence.
A feudal lord is responsible for all that happens within their realm. Therefore, anything left unresolved by my father falls by necessity to me. I would also like to pay appropriate reparations to both you and your family, as is fair and proper.
But I don't need anything from you. I can take care of my family plenty well on my own. Besides, I made my peace with what happened to my folks a long time ago. You can't change that now. All you can do is stir up a bunch of old, painful memories.
Yes, but still...
But nothing. I'm done talking about this. I'll still take my reward for beating up the bandits, though. Meat party, remember?
Yeah.
You promised me the finest ham in all the land. And just thinking about it's got me drooling.
This does not sit right with me. What should I do?
Tell him to leave it be, tell him to zip it and give Raph his reward, or the most appropriate option, this is what I've been looking forward to. This is why I say this is one of my favorite paralogs in this game. Just, I need to say this. Meat party, meat party, meat party. Yeah, meat party, let's go.
Less talk, more ham. And you better have enough for me and Ignatz, too.
Oh, right.
Very well. In that case, I shall arrange for the finest spread of meat the world has ever seen. I stake House Gloucester's very reputation on it.
Now that's the right thing to do.
Still feels a little weird to leave it like this, but I guess this is for the best.
Yeah, it's like, Lawrence, if you want to make Raph happy, give him his freaking meat party. Meat party! Too bad we don't get to see the meat party happening, but gosh, I mean, I hope someone does fan art of that. Come on, I need to see that meat party happen. And I mean that kind of meat party, not that kind of meat party, because I know some people are gonna make that dirty, and no, it's not that kind of meat party. It's
supplies
you're
are the
eating,
lifeblood
like,
of any army.
non-human meats. Non-sexual human meats. I'm just digging a hole at this point. I had to say it, jeez. Well, okay, I'm not the only one who's made that joke, to be fair. I've seen people making jokes about that
Everything
for the
has
last
its
week
use.
about that. But yay, meat party. Like, that is an actual quote for the game. Like, I think that definitely almost ties with its prod time.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
Where's the blacksmith? You can tell I've watched Markiplier. That's an
Let me
old
know
reference
if I
from
may be
back
of
in his
further
early days.
service.
Where's the blacksmith? Oh my gosh. Happy Friday, everybody. Well, Friday/Saturday, depending on your time zone, because I know some people in the Pacific time zone, it's for you guys, it's only like, it's still like not even 11 p.m. yet, so for you guys it's still Friday, but it's a Friday night. Hopefully that doesn't get copyright claimed. Yeah, play Yakuza 0 if you haven't already, Jack. It's kind of like just a matter of, at least listen to that for the karaoke bits on YouTube, because my gosh, it's a delight. Alright, where was that? Alright, I was gonna... That was the whole point. I was just gonna go get the supplies, because I haven't got enough supplies from the map yet. Alright, now time to actually progress through the chapter. The Imperial army has infiltrated the city to steal some supplies. Protect the supplies and defeat the enemy commander. Yeah, because of those two paralogs, that's why I say I'm not sure if I'll be able to get through 2 chapters tonight, but I'll try. Like, if it's getting to be like 5 hours and I'm nowhere even close, I'm not gonna push it. Actually, just so they can get some experience, I'm gonna take the Golden Gear crew out.
They're not taking this from us.
No matter the disadvantage, I believe we can turn things around.
Alright.
Now it is my turn. There is nothing I cannot do.
Alright, okay, so Rob is all the way in that
I think this will go well. I'm prepared to see this through.
All right, here I go.
Probably can ignore the stronghold captain for now so I can touch this guy off. Cool. Oh, that's the thing. Going after crap.
Now it is my turn.
There we go. Yeah.
Sorry, but I gotta fall back.
Haha, let's go!
The stronghold's ours!
Yeah, of course, getting through this story, I won't be able to have a definitive opinion on which route is my favorite until I play the Golden Deer playthrough, which my plan is to play that on stream once we're done with this route. It's not going to be completed as quickly as this because by that point Xeno 3 is going to be out and I'm going to have to divvy up my time. Because I know Xeno 3 is going to be a massive undertaking, especially if I only do that once a week.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
Hey, that was pretty good.
Yeah, that's coming out, and then Harvest Cellar is going to be coming out in November, and then Persona 5 Royals is going to be coming out on Switch after that. I know, yeah, then around the holidays, then, Rabbit's Kingdom Battle, the Lord Opus coming out.
I'm alright. Really?
That's in addition to everything else, because eventually, what I would like to do is I'd like to be able to play Kingdom Hearts 1 this year. That'll actually be on the PS2. Because this is the 20-year anniversary. Well, I think the 20-year anniversary actually happened, but like this is the year that the 20-year anniversary of that game is. Because it came out in 2002. Ideally, I'd like to be able to start that before the year's over, but I'll have to see. Yeah, I know, just unfortunately I only get 4 days a week to do this, so to make the most out of my time. Plus that, I'm never going to run out of content.
I've got you now.
Ideally, I'd like to be able to do gaming content on YouTube and Twitch. With my current schedule and prioritizing streaming, it might be impossible, so I might just have to primarily shoot the hard to say.
This is all my fault.
Like, I'd say, like, the other stuff would be, like, non-gaming content. Like, for sure, like, maybe cooking or baking content, stuff like that. Like, stuff that doesn't require, like, the stream. Where the heck is the messenger at?
And I won't let anyone take it back.
It's no use.
Maybe. Let's see what happens.
Yes, that was great.
Oh my gosh, I pulled that off. I did it within like 1 second to spare.
That's it for us.
Jeez Louise. I didn't even go for that. Never mind, I guess they were allies. Maybe there's more than one messenger. Might actually be.
Retreat! Lend me your strength!
I will show you what I am made of.
Charge!
Alright, I didn't even need the key. Whoops. Oh well.
We've already taken the stronghold. Splendid!
Yeah, I'd say with Xeno 3, I'll try to be more proactive. It's just the thing is, like, the seller I got this game through, I had a discount, so like I went through them, but then it was at the cap to get in the game a week after the game came out. So this time it shouldn't be an issue, so I should be able to get Xeno 3 and play it right away.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, because I know that comes out in 2 weeks already.
Got you now.
It's gonna come fast. Of course, I know there's a lot of people. Now there's actually like a legitimate trailer for the game, but like, there's so much fan art and everything of the characters already, and we barely know anything.
This isn't where I die.
I think this will go well.
Yeah, I think that's
We must guard this position.
Now it is my turn.
Pack! Give them no corner!
This stronghold is worthy of my protection.
Don't let it go to your head.
Let's go! Shouldn't have done that that early, oh well.
Time has finally come.
Let me... Yeah, unfortunately I'm like on the other end of the map. I'm trying to make it more loose.
You like that?
This is just the beginning.
Be glad, for Lawrence Hellman Gloucester sings your praises.
Out of the way.
Not here.
Luckily, I'm playing on casual mode, but the bad news is that Ignat doesn't get any level up.
I've got you now.
I won't ever forget your kindness.
I don't know how we held them off, but we did. I will...
Okay, so that's the hard map.
That's so.
Ooh, more master seals, nice.
Well.
Alright, I'll go ahead and do the hard map already. Alright, let's go.
The fight starts now.
Excellent kick the camera, whoops. Oh, okay, cool. Onwards!
Whatever it takes.
It's like, where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Oh, this has a time limit. Oh gosh. Time to go, go, go! Alright.
I think this will go well.
I'm prepared to see that now it is my turn. There is nothing I cannot do.
Take care of that dude.
All right,
And have
here
Rock
I go.
take care of these dudes. Okay. Onwards. We have 10 minutes. Let's go.
Now, let us bring it down.
But yeah, it's kind of kind of hacking these guys. Yeah, last time was a lot of fun just having diving through the Dracula X. That was a lot of fun. Yes, I rarely have gaming experiences like that. Where just either the people just kind of intently watch or just I guess something along those lines. So it's really cool to just have that kind of a moment.
Let's move.
Don't give him a chance to retaliate!
Alright, now that that's settled, I'm gonna have Ignatz go defend this guy.
This place won't be a
Run
problem
like the
anymore.
wind, Shez.
We can overcome any hardship, including this one.
We've got an emergency! Send backup!
We must guard this position.
Don't mind if I do.
Now it is my turn. This stronghold is worthy of my protection.
Looks like we got a live one. Time to get in there and fight. Don't give him a chance to retaliate.
I gotta fall back.
On to the next one.
for die!
Wounds are severe.
Let's go! Die, you sniper piece of bullshit.
The stronghold's in danger.
Hopefully I
Keep the
don't
enemy
lose
away
this.
from it.
I gotta hurry. Come on.
We have to.
Come on. You're good with a sniper with time.
I'll use this.
Oh gosh, what the heck is that? Come on, get up, Jazz. You can do it. Alright, final push, let's go.
But we require immediate
Haha, let's go. Didn't even have a chance to start the side mission because I did it already. Yay, overpowered Jazz. Whee!
No one's a match for my brawn.
Love being the faster classes, you can just run around in circles. Good save. Alright, yeah, I gotta hurry, otherwise those are gonna run out.
I've been thinking.
Slightly increase experience gained by infantry classes. No. Ooh, more master seals. Speed wing, power up.
Hey, you.
Ooh, nice. A magic bow. Go ahead and do this one. Imperial forces and bandits are fighting over a stronghold. Jump into the fray, annihilate both, and claim the stronghold for the kingdom. Alright, onwards!
The fight starts now.
It's just kind of weird to see the students in their pre-time skip designs, because it's not for very long. It's like
We will win this.
You can rely on me.
Let's get this battle underway.
Let the battle begin.
Alright. Strategy.
Now it is my turn. There is nothing I cannot do.
Alright, take care of that dude. I'll have Roth go take care of him, and I'll have
think this will go well.
take care of this beast. Okay. Wait. Oh, I got one a little bit. Alright, just so I can start progressing into bandit territory, I'm going to take you guys to the north. The rest of the team takes care of the eastern regions. Haha, let's go!
Wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
Alright, assassin on assassin action, let's go! There we go.
We'll have to take things from here.
Oh, I see. We'll have to kill the fortress anyway. Might as well go for it.
I've got you now.
Aha, let's go. got the sword
Tastes
master.
more bitter than blackest coffee.
Alright, I gotta take out that messenger.
See if this plan works.
One of the boys go take care of it just for a moment. I know that's typical of a timer. Alright, so I've shed.
Not a problem.
Okay. Never mind, this one's not a timer one. This one's,
None shall surpass
You'll
me.
have to take things from here.
Yeah, I
Would
think
you
Lawrence is
expect
done
any
anyways.
less of
Might as
me?
well have him go. Surge his dominance. Oh, the enemy general's already here. Gareth General.
We can ill afford defeat here. We can ill afford defeat here.
Pummel all of them.
Please.
No, I'm all right. Really.
I'm in trouble here.
I'm sorry, but we will be taking this land.
Alright, Shez is done.
Not a problem.
Shez go, actually. Shortcut.
Oh, couldn't hurt. Not a problem.
Have them go take care of the driver's
The
wire.
rest is up to you.
What's next?
Why do I gotta take care of that messenger? Luckily, Ignat's in the kept him so with it. Yeah, crit time!
You should be ashamed.
I'm sorry.
I'm just glad I could be of service. Keep your eyes on me.
I would be lost if I were to die here.
Yes, Splatoon
No one will
time!
stand in my way.
What's better than Splatoon? Splatoon archery.
He's got this area under control.
Messenger's dead. And
Can't let it end
wow,
like
so
this.
much paint. Jeez.
I wasn't about to let you get away.
Wow, Ignat's cheese.
Nice one.
Yeah.
We did it. We did.
Oh god. Yeah, it's like since Ignat was an extreme advantage, we don't really have to take the reins. And done. Never stood a chance.
Luck was on our side today.
Whee! Alright, cool, I got the master seal out of it.
Fine.
Save. Oh, I got some more side battles.
Okay.
Money. Since I can't anymore, or excuse me, since I cannot hold any more supplies, time to go back to base. Plus I get some training in. So now my goal right now is to upgrade the facility so that I can start getting master classes for my units, because that'll be really instrumental coming forward, or going forward rather.
Everything has its use.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
Ooh, I can do it already. Well, this is what I want to prioritize. I'll wait until I get some more elite training gear. So yeah, I didn't even get to farm for that. Nice.
Let me know if I may. Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
Greatly increases durability. Yeah, I'll do that.
Let me know if I may be of further service.
Alright, time to go get some people at S rank, and then also time to put some training in.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
And that was a...
Hey!
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
I...
Got to give this...
Hey!
Time to work you into shape.
Alright, time to acquire some master classes. I've got a decent amount of master seals now, so that's good. I'm gonna start by getting Shez their specific class, which is this. Seriously, this outfit is so cool! I saw this when I was doing my Black Eagles playthrough, and just, oh my gosh, the temptation to make this cosplay at some point is just very high. If I didn't have a queue already. Well, I might push it to higher up the queue, we'll have to see. Alright, so, Great Lord. A lordly figure who leads with unwavering authority, Dimitri dominates the battlefield with his unparalleled lance skills. And of course, a lot of people joke he's wearing those Nike slip-on sandals on his feet.
riveting than
Alright, so that's that. I'll upgrade the dude to a Wyvern Lord class. Kind of start to prioritize the main units before I do the other units. Felix I'll upgrade to Mortal Savant class.
I'll reach for new heights.
Upgrade Ash to Bow Knight class.
This could work.
Upgrade Sylvain to Holy Knight class.
Different road, same destination.
And Mercedes, I'll do Remery class. Same thing with the Nets.
Do you think it's a... I can work with this.
Then I'll have Ingrid upgrade to Falcon Knight class.
I believe in my own potential.
Alright, I think that's all the Master Seals that I currently have.
Can't wait to see how you do.
Annette, good day to you. I see you remain as sprightly and sweet as a newly bloomed flower.
Hi, Lawrence.
Oh my. Have I done something to invite your displeasure?
You just kind of brought back a bad memory from a long time ago. Back at the School of Sorcery, there was this one time this noble guy made fun of me.
What manner of cur would dare do such a thing? If a noble ever presumes to mock your genius, point me in their direction so I might give them a taste of their own medicine.
Well, then pop the cork on that medicine bottle and take a nice big gulp.
Hold a moment. Are you implying that I am the one who mocked you?
I'm not implying it, I'm saying it. You made fun of me the first time we ever met. You were all like, I say, you there, this is no place for a child. Now run along to your parents before I summon the watch. We simply cannot abide a common scullery maid wandering these hallowed halls. Why, we'd be made a laughing stock. You thought I was some lost kid, and you called me a scullery maid.
Yes, I do seem to vaguely recall the incident. Oh, so that scullery maid was you! That is, you were in fact no maid at all, but the noble niece of Baron Dominic. You have my sincerest apologies for the error. Pray forgive my impertinent tongue.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, it would be silly to keep hanging on to a grudge like that, right?
If we'd had but another chance to properly converse back then, I'm certain the matter would have been cleared up with some ease. But sadly, that day was both our first and last opportunity to meet.
Now that you mention it, I don't remember seeing you around after that.
Yes, because my father swiftly summoned me back to Alliance territory. After the king's death, the kingdom had become too unstable for me to remain there any longer.
Oh, right. That was right around the tragedy of Dusker.
My father worried that relations between the kingdom and Alliance might become strained. As such, I was forced to leave school mere days after my arrival.
Huh. Kind of funny how we keep ending up together like this.
Yes, it seems fate strives to keep us together, whether at the School of Sorcery, the Academy, or here. And I, for one, look forward to seeing what the future holds.
Me too. But if you ever call me a kid or a maid again, no amount of summoning the watch is gonna save you.
I swear on my life, those words shall never cross my lips again. And by way of apology for my odious blunder, I hereby swear to come to your aid if ever you require it. Just say the word, and I, Lawrence Hellman Gloucester, will hurry to your side.
Poor Annette. She's like, I do not know how to feel about this. Well, then to be fair, Mercedes also kind of gives him shit for it too, which is funny.
You have something to say, or do you just like staring at me?
Merely thinking about your brother, that's all. I only caught a glimpse of him at Aryan Road, but he was nothing like what the rumors suggested.
You mean the ones about the eldest son of a noble family falling from grace? Taking up a life of banditry and wanton destruction?
The very same. They say he was a foul knave who stole not to survive, but because he took such great pleasure from the act. Still, I suppose one shouldn't take such rumors at face value.
Actually, there's a fair amount of truth to what they say. At least there was, up until 2 years ago. Yet still, His Majesty thought it was wise to recruit him to our side, and somehow managed to do just that.
Yes, I hear he wooed your brother with the chance to demonstrate how the Crestless can still make something of themselves. His honeyed words drew him in, at which point he began to play the man's inferiority complex like a mandolin.
Seems like you're more cunning than I realized. You really have eyes and ears everywhere, huh?
You're one to talk of cunning. Springing as you do from the loins of Margrave Gautier himself. I know you've been keeping tabs on my every move.
What?
In my line of work, one learns to pick up on hostile presences rather quickly. From the day we met, you've been waiting for me to take one wrong step so you can cut me down. I'd heard the heir of House Gautier was nothing more than a base philanderer. But it seems that rumor isn't completely true either. Just look at you. Having the gall to call me out while you hide behind the murderous grin plastered on your face. I know you've killed without hesitation.
Hey, we've all made mistakes. There's no need to rehash the past. And what's this murderous grin you're talking about? What would that even look like?
The fact you weren't conscious of it makes you all the more dangerous. Unless that pained grimace just now was also part of your act. Regardless, that crest-bearing fool nickname you picked up seems woefully inappropriate for one of your caliber. It's clear you inherited your father's cunning, and then some.
I'm not sure whether to take that as a compliment or just start sobbing.
The former. There aren't many Infodling capable of winning my true respect. For my part, I'll watch where I step, lest I end up with one of your blades lodged in my back.
The fight starts now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess I'll never 100% know what triggers it. Like, maybe just the fact that, like, if I'm not constantly pressing buttons, maybe the microphone shuts off after a couple minutes. The only thing I can think of.
Please find it in your heart to help me.
Alright, so I'll have everyone else swarm that dude.
We have done it!
Not a problem.
None shall surpass me!
This is all my fault. This battle will make a fine stage for my debut. This stronghold will talk!
I'll face my comrades after this. The wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
That was nothing for me.
Take a breather.
I do hope you'll make this fun.
Alright, I'll have everyone else swarm this dude.
We'll have to take things from here.
Looks like that's it for us. The stronghold's ours!
All would be lost if I were to die here.
Right on.
this
They're safe
outfit.
now. What a relief.
I can't wait to see what this looks like on Mail Shed.
Just... Uh-huh.
Time to capture some thieves.
The fight starts now.
Leave it to me!
You can rely on me.
Alright, go have everyone else swarm this person.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Good job, Lon.
I'm sorry.
Hey! That was pretty good!
Retreat!
Our time has finally come. Here it comes. You're done. Here it comes. Out of the way. You're done. I'll win the next one too, if I just stay focused.
Alright, so it looks like Lawrence is completely good to go. I'm gonna swap him out with Marianne.
Oh, me?
Let's earn our keep.
Are you all prepared to meet the enemy?
We must do something.
We've got an emergency! Send backup!
Alright, just to start out, I'll go have them all attack that stronghold. To head all the way to the corner. Oh my gosh. Mission.
Did I meet your expectations?
Looks like you got one tough fight on your hands.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
Sorry, I gotta fall back.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Hi Jacob, how's it going? Hope you're enjoying your weekend now that it's finally your weekend. Tackling more of this game, it's this is kind of the really highly anticipated game I've been looking forward to for long, so I am tackling the crap out of it.
We're in a tight spot. Yeah, right.
That worked! What a relief.
Oh yeah, I'm having a blast with this game. I kind of briefly, I think I might have explained this in the car last weekend, but this game has like 3 routes. I'm about halfway done with this one. I played one of the other ones in my spare time. I just finished that 2 days ago. Had an absolute blast with that one. This is kind of like a sequel spin-off to a game that's like a lot more of like a tactical strategy kind of a game, like it's not a chess-esque. Whereas this one's way more of a hack and slash kind of a game. Definitely a lot of fun, though. It's definitely you get the contrast from Three Houses, which was the game that originally came out with all these characters and this general storyline. Kind of going through like the main, or I guess like the side missions to get to the main mission through the, I guess it's the chapter.
You shall
battle.
pay for this. You hear?
It's kind of the general formula for this game is like get through the chapter battles, or get through the side battles, do the chapter battles, go back to camp and talk to people, rinse and repeat.
I will bring you down for the future of the Empire.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
Who will challenge me?
Alright, other guys attack crap out of him. Alright, cool. There still is kind of a strategy element to this game with kind of going to the pause menu and controlling your other allies, because you can control 4 of your characters at a time, but you're only actively controlling 1 at a time. So basically you go order them to kick the crap out of somebody else while you go take care of whatever you want. But you kind of have to swap back and forth, otherwise you might fail your mission otherwise. It's all about task management. Multitasking, all that good stuff. Kick him right in the ass. Alright, one health bar down.
Here it comes! Take this! You're done!
I hope you end up having a good weekend and everything, because I forget, I think you said you might have had a gig this weekend. Is that tomorrow? Well, well, tomorrow for you, today for me, because it's about 2 in the morning. I think your schedule said you had a gig tomorrow, but I'm trying to remember exactly.
Out of the way!
Alright, health bar 2 complete, and they're still not done, oh my gosh. Whew. Got my clock queen there, geez. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, because I know it's not terribly late for you, but it's late enough, because I imagine it's probably almost midnight, your time zone. But I know you just got done with a work week, so I'd say it's probably either scenario in that case, either you're kind of just fired up for the weekend, or you're just tired because it's the end of the week. I mean, I know I still got one day tomorrow, but, well, and of course, this is the first week I'm officially going back to working my normal hours on Saturdays, because up until this point I was working noon to 8:30, but now that they have enough people on first shift, I'm actually working 2 to 10:30 again on Saturdays, so it's gonna be weird having 2 more hours to sleep in going into tomorrow. So, see what happens with that. Alright, he did. I'm gonna kick Randall's ass. I mean, literally. This guy's actually kicking him.
That's it.
Pew!
I'll show you.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of like up in the air on like how I feel about it. In the end, I'm just kind of neutral because it's like, yeah, on one hand you got the plus side, but then on the negative side, my weekend starts 2 hours later. Which I'd say I'd rather have 2 hours to sleep in between Friday and Saturday. So I'd say this is more of a positive than a negative. It just kind of getting used to the fact that my weekends won't start until 10:30 as opposed to 8:30 on Saturdays. Because, to put in perspective, I've been working these hours about half of the time I've been at my current job. So I've been working the 2 to 10:30 hours. I think I did that for like the first year once I got on second shift. And then about this time last year, they asked me to go on the noon to 8:30 hours. And now I'm going back, so I guess I just have equal opinions on both. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, because, like, I could still go out and do stuff, because I can pretty much commit to doing stuff as early as 11.
Well.
Alright, mission time. Yeah, I don't know if I've explicitly described this while you've been on my streams. To put in perspective, that's where my monitor is, so, like, that's why I'm, like, looking explicitly that direction, so just in case you were curious why I was, like, looking off the screen. So, like, the camera's here, and then the monitor's over there with the chat. I know there's a more ideal way to set this up, but, I'll figure it out at some point. At some point, if you want to FaceTime me, I can kind of show you what my setup looks like, since otherwise you probably won't have a chance to see what it actually looks like. Now that I got my new desktop and everything.
Let's earn
I
our
besides just chatting, obviously, because
Stay
love to
safe.
chat with you some more.
A life is the only thing we
point.
can't
I mean, I know I
replace.
just saw you last week.
We
but
can win this.
It's never enough. Especially since you and I are just so busy with all kinds of fun activities and everything. You've got more gigs going on, and I've got all this going on now. Yeah, so you just, yeah, if you want to do it next week, just text me on, like, just regular text. What days you'll be available, and I'll text you back later once the stream's over. I might not respond for at least 2 hours, though. You might not see a response until tomorrow, so just so you're aware. Just want to keep this somewhat private, just so I know. Pride in anything that you want to talk about. I'm trying to be pretty cautious with this whole thing, because I know it's pretty easy for people to hack into people's stuff and get private information. I've seen that stuff come up often enough where I just know to be careful. Definitely the blessing about not starting this, like, right away, or, like years ago as opposed to now, because I've kind of learned from the mistakes of other people that, like, hey, don't put this information out, or hey, don't, like, make this an option so that you might be a victim of some kind. It's been a blessing, and yes, so many activities. I mean, here's the thing, like, we were waiting for years to finally get to this point, and we have arrived, and it's glorious.
Time to make a name for ourselves.
Just waiting for the opportunities to present themselves, and they did, and now it's kind of time to go to town on the stuff.
You're done!
Because for me, just one, of course, like, just with this alone, I know I'm gonna have a lot. Like, let's just say there are no shortage of games I'm gonna have, because I'm, like, not even counting the games I have currently in my queue, there are so many games coming out the second half of the year. It is kind of insane, actually. That's why I have to keep it on a strict schedule. Especially if I want to give the games I'm playing the love they deserve. I mean, just with long games, there's so many coming out. There's like 5 or 6 I can think of off the top of my head. Not all of them are like brand new, but they're coming to the Nintendo Switch for the first time. So I actually have a chance to play them without buying a new console. It's like $60 as opposed to $500, essentially. Alright, have the rest of them go ham on a biscuit. Yeah, plus I know, my plan is that, I think I've mentioned before how I've worked on that cosplay. Well, I haven't made the weaponry yet, so now that I have somewhat of a game plan, I'm gonna start that process this upcoming weekend, so I'm gonna head to Joanne Fabrics and other craft stores.
Don't mind if I do.
On Monday and start buying materials. So I'm gonna be starting that up. Ideally, I wanted it done before the Renaissance Festival in 2 months, but I'm not gonna push that. Like, I'd be rushing the process. I mean, if I could get, like, maybe at least a sword done before the Ren Fest, that would be cool. But I'm not gonna push that. I do not want to do a rush job on that. Especially since I'd like this to be done for the convention, or, like, a convention I go through, like, early in the year next year. I'd say that realistically that might be the goal I'm trying to strive for in terms of I'm giving myself a half a year at that point. And then of course I've got another cosplay on the horizon, but I'm waiting until I'm done with this weaponry to decide don't or I say focus on that. It's gonna be a comic book cosplay, just so I have like one of each kind of cosplay before I start doing a bunch of video game character ones. Because just with that alone, I have so many ideas, but of course, a project like that takes a long time. I mean,
just gotta let
how
my
many days
muscles
was I
do their
probably
thing.
at this last one for? So let's see, it was 3 days a week for 4 months. So probably about 2 months straight. Well, not straight, but like 2 months worth of time is how long I spent on that cosplay. And of course, now that I have the sewing machine at home, or here rather, I could do it more frequently than 3 days a week. But then, of course, the caveat is I have to probably stream less while I'm doing that, or just stay home some weekends, which it'd be fine.
The fight starts now.
Of course, now that I've done one massive sewing project, I kind of know the gist now, so that over the next one I'll take less time in terms of the prep work. Yeah, it's definitely fun, and then of course, yeah, like I was saying before, it's like ideally I'd like to wear this, the cosplay I currently have for the Ren Fest, which is already like a medieval, or the character's in like a kind of a medieval style fantasy world. Of course, that is 100% going to depend on what the ground is like, because if it's incredibly muddy, I refuse. I am not wrecking that thing. Or if maybe I'll just wear different boots, but then just wear everything else, like, I know I'm gonna risk it a lot in that case, because even with the coat being knee-high, if it's that muddy, I could slog that thing. I could probably get it out, I just don't want to have to worry about it if I can help it. I just know, I mean, you know that the Minnesota Ren Fest ground is notoriously muddy. I just looks like if it starts raining a couple of days prior, you know it's gonna be muddy as heck out there. Well, plus, ideally, I'd also like to go when it's not 90 degrees out, because I can already say from wearing that cosplay when it was 60 degrees, that felt nice, because essentially that much clothing feels like wearing a sweatshirt. So when it's colder, it'd be fine, but when it's 90 degrees, I don't know, especially since the sweater I wear as the base layer is a dark gray color, so there's also that. I mean, I guess I could always try it, but just drink plenty of water, I suppose. Alright, have a good night, Jacob.
More I can do.
Alright, life number 3.
Still fight! Now die!
Keep your eyes on me! Yes, that went great. I'm glad we managed to pull through.
Greetings.
Correct.
And now we don't have that. Alright, cool. Someday this will stop happening, I just don't know when, unfortunately.
Hey there. Greetings. Welcome. Is that the one? Is that the one?
Alright, cool.
Thanks a bunch.
Seals, and we're good.
Come here a sec.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
So I need 2 storage compartments. There, now I can start getting an upgrade. Greatly increasing the amount of materials that are collected. Available items. Yeah, I think I want this first. Alright, cool.
Everything has its use.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
So I need beginner combat manuals.
Let me know if I may be of further service.
Well, how'd it go? Any result's a good result.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use. Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use. Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Because then I can start doing some upgrades on,
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
Alright, cool. Alright, so there we go. Now I can start getting more upgrades on that. Okay, 4 until we reach level A. Cool. Let me see if I can buy more.
Let me know if I may be of further service.
BRB.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
Alright, perfect.
Everything has its use.
Awesome.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
Alright, so I need 2 more. So I need 2 humble furniture.
Let me know if I may be of further service.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
I'm probably gonna need to deliver some stuff. Go ahead and get rid of the rusted piece of equipment. That should help a little bit. There we go.
Everything has its use.
Cool. Yeah, because I'm trying to get that A rank before I head off to the next chapter, so that'd be nice.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
Alright, then I need 5
Let me know
basic
if I may
furnishings.
be of further service.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
I can only get 4 right now, so I gotta trade more crap. Alright, let me go ahead and sell some stuff. Let me see if that's enough. Should be. Okay, awesome.
Everything has its use.
And I'll wait on doing any more upgrades unless they become available naturally. I'll wait on those until I...
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
Alright, level A. And I can definitively say after playing the Black Eagles route, the S rank is the top rank, so then from there you're just completing it. Okay. Time for some support combos.
Hey, I was wondering if I could ask you something. I heard that you don't have any parents. Is that right?
Yeah, the woman who raised me died, and I don't even know who my birth parents are.
That must be tough for you, huh?
It's okay. They all died a long time ago, so I don't feel sad or anything like that now. But I do wonder who I really am sometimes. I don't have even the slightest memory of my birth parents.
Well, you might not know who you are, but you still work hard and you keep your chin up through it all. That makes you super strong in my book.
Hey, Raphael. Your parents are gone too, right?
Yeah, both my mom and pa died in an accident.
Well then, you're just as strong as I am. You work harder than anyone I know, and you do it all with the biggest grin in the world.
Of course! It's easy when you love training as much as I do. Hey, I just realized something. Our parents aren't with us anymore. We're both commoners scraping our way through this war, and most importantly...
What can be more important than that?
Both of us have got some serious brawn!
I appreciate that, but our body types are completely different. Not sure this really counts as brawn.
Sure, you're a little scrawnier than me, and maybe a lot smarter, but you know, my brain's been getting a constant workout ever since we opened the inn.
You have an inn?
Oh, yeah. I went home and started one up with my grandpa and little sis once the academy shut down. Running a business like that takes a surprising amount of muscle. Sure, there's regular stuff like hauling things around, but you need brain power too. If you ever want to make a profit, you have to pay real close attention to keeping the books straight. I mostly let my sis handle that stuff though. That muscle still needs more work for me, which means I'm in charge of the cooking. But that has its own share of problems.
Yeah, it can be tough to find your footing when you switch jobs, especially if you have to start doing things outside your wheelhouse. Trust me, I've had my fair share of growing pains getting used to the army life. Everything's way different from how it worked with my merc groups.
But don't you just fight? That doesn't seem so different to me.
As a mercenary, the only thing you're responsible for is yourself. Show up and do the job right, and you'll get your pay. But having soldiers to command, people I'm in charge of beyond just myself, that's a huge change for me. And there's way more to military work than just plain combat. Stuff like managing resources, making sure everyone has the weapons and armor they need. I don't think I'm bad at math per se, but it's definitely not something I'm used to doing. And the more stuff there is to keep track of, the harder it all gets.
Hey! You're not so good at using your brain either. That makes us pals now, right? I've got your back. So you just keep on working hard, buddy.
Right back at ya. Let's keep fighting the good fight. Hey, Marianne. You were really doing great during those drills today.
Oh,
I'm heading over to the mess hall. You want to join? After all that training this morning and no break, I'm starving. Oh, sorry, I forgot. You like to eat alone, right? Then don't worry about it. I'll find someone else.
No, I'd like to accompany you. If you would have me, that is.
You sure? All right then, let's go. I wonder what's on the menu today. Oh, man, that was good. I feel alive again.
Yes, that was nice.
By the way, why'd you decide to come along with me?
What do you mean?
You usually sit by yourself. I thought you didn't like eating with others.
Yes, I do feel more comfortable when I'm alone. I haven't been around people much, so I don't normally know what to say in conversations.
Well, now I'm even more curious why you decided to eat with me.
Well, you have a strange power, right? It makes you transform, or something like that.
Yeah. You curious about it?
It's not so much that. I, wondered if you despised having it.
It does bother me, but I can't really put my finger on why. I know it makes people suspicious of me, and curious about my background, but that's just how people are.
And yet you always have such a sunny disposition. And everyone here respects you. I wondered why that was.
I mean, I sure hope they respect me. So, that's why you wanted to join me?
I wanted to know how I could be like you.
Like me? But Marianne, it's not like you have some mysterious power tucked away, right?
Yeah, right, Marianne? Right?
No, I don't.
If you just want to make friends with people, then you don't need to think so hard about it. It's not like anyone here hates you.
Don't they? I'm so useless.
Hey, you're a huge help to all of us. I mean that. So you don't have to force yourself to act like someone you're not, okay?
All right. Thank you for saying that.
Oh, hey, Ignatz. What you reading?
Wow.
Yeah, he definitely didn't hear me. Hey, Ignatz!
Ah, what? Oh, it's you. Can you please try to not sneak up on me like that?
Sorry about that. I was trying to talk to you, but it didn't seem like anything was getting through. Looks like you're really into that book, whatever it is. What's it about? Doesn't look like battle tactics, at the very least.
You're right. This is the Traveler's Journal. It chronicles places that lie beyond Fodlan's borders.
You've seriously been lugging books around with you? Though I admit, that does sound like a good one.
Yes, it's fascinating. The author's unknown, but whoever it was really traveled to all these places and documented everything. It's amazing how vastly things can differ depending on where you are. Like the plants or the animals or even the ore in the ground. And of course, the way people live in those areas is so diverse too. Like their food and their clothes, but what's most interesting to me is the architecture. Ruins in Fodlan contain ancient architectural styles that are, for some reason, also found on faraway islands.
All right, I get the picture. You talk like you've seen it all firsthand.
Well, I really try to place myself in the author's shoes when I read. I'd love to visit all those places myself, but that's easier said than done, especially since I became a knight. I mean, it's not like I regret becoming a knight or anything.
I wasn't gonna ask, but all right, as long as you're happy.
At any rate, both my father and my brother are pleased that it's official.
Sounds to me like you became a knight for them.
That's not it at all. I'm very happy with my decision, honest.
Even though you can't go off traveling?
Yeah, getting sent out to different locations for battle is kind of the same thing. Oh, but of course the mission always comes first. It's not like I go off wandering whenever I feel the urge.
Uh-huh. But you would if you could, right?
Why do you keep asking me about this? All these leading questions, they're uncalled for. I might not be able to travel of my own volition, but I can read books and go wherever I want in my imagination. And that's good enough for me.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Ignace. Lots of support combos.
Raphael, pardon my interrupting your fleeting moment of repose.
Oh, hey Lawrence. You need something?
I do, in fact. To tell the truth, I recently learned how you and your family founded an inn once you returned to your hometown. Yet, you still chose to leave them behind and risk your
so
life
while the
and
support
livelihood
conversations
fighting in
are
this
going
brutal
on,
war.
I'm gonna go get some water. I will be right back.
I must ask the reason why.
Why? Well, to keep my family safe, of course.
I struggle to follow your reasoning. Would then it not be more prudent to remain by their side?
That's what I thought at first, too. But just being there with them wouldn't be enough. Yeah, I can protect everyone day to day if I'm back keeping watch at the inn. But if me joining the fight on the front lines means we bring peace back to the world, they'd never have to worry another day in their lives. So sure, it's tough being away from Maya through all this, but it'll be worth it in the end. I know it.
I see.
Hey, I'm back. Yeah, the spawn.
Your thinking is correct in part, but it is in part mistaken as well. Staying at the inn to protect your family will not provide them the security you so desperately desire. So long as this war continues to heave along, your establishment will always remain at risk of being consumed by the flames of combat. But you are a commoner, and it is our duty as nobles to protect the ordinary citizens of our territories. There should be no need for one who is not with the military to leave their family and join the war effort. Such tasks are meant to be handled by the nobility. In other words, you should be leaving the defense of your lands to me and my subordinates.
Were you really that worried about me being here? Oh, thanks. But this was my choice. I'll be fine.
No, that is not what I meant, in the slightest. I speak of the obligation we in the nobility have to our people. The weight of war should fall on our very shoulders, while the common folk in our charge should focus on maintaining their livelihoods.
Okay, but I'm still gonna fight no matter what. The toughest people are the ones who should be leading the charge, right?
What I mean is, you're not listening to a word I say, are you?
You don't think I've got what it takes, huh? I got it. Let's compete to see who's stronger.
Pardon? You want a competition?
You betcha. It's the perfect way to find out who's got the real arm muscles around here.
Lawrence, you might want to bail and fast.
There's a bunch of
I know you
boxes that
have
need to
the
get
crest
moved
of
over at the
Gloucester,
training
but
grounds.
still, this
Wanna
guy
see
will
who can
pummel
carry
you.
the most? If I win, you'll have to promise to be totally cool with letting me fight.
No, I must decline. By that token, you will only end up proving your point.
So you do think I'm strong?
Do not misunderstand my intentions. You and I are on completely different pages on this matter. We are practically in two separate genres. But someone like him would undoubtedly prove useful in the heat of battle.
Hello? Whatever. I'm gonna go grab those boxes myself. My muscles are aching for a little workout.
All right.
Hey there, Ignatz!
Oh, Raphael!
I've been looking all over for you. Got a minute to chat?
Of course. With all the battles lately, we've barely had any time to sit down and rest.
Right? It feels like I don't even see you anymore. And I definitely don't have enough time to show off my muscles.
Glad to see you haven't changed at all these past 2 years. The Officers' Academy shut down so suddenly. I scarcely would have imagined we'd all end up back together as part of an army.
Same here. Oh, and I could hardly believe my ears when I found out you signed up to be a knight over with Lawrence.
To be honest, I had nowhere else to turn. I owe a great debt to him and his generosity.
Gotcha. He's not such a bad guy, that Lawrence.
I agree. Tell me, Raphael, how have you been holding up these past 2 years? I hear your family opened an inn.
Oh, yeah. Me, my grandpa, and Maya. Business is going pretty great, if you ask me.
That's wonderful. And how is Maya?
She's as sunny as always. That reminds me, she was pretty worried about you. I better write her a letter and tell her you're okay. I'm sure she wants to see you. Bet you're feeling the same way, huh?
Of course, I'd love to come and... That is, I should write her a letter.
What's wrong?
Life never works out the way you want, does it?
Huh?
Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking back to my childhood.
So yeah, to preface this, Ignat has a crush on his sister.
Back then, I felt like I had the power to do whatever I wanted.
What do you mean? I still feel like that now.
You do?
Sure. I know I joined the Officers' Academy to be a knight, but that option's off the table. But look at me now. I might not be a knight, but I'm fighting in a war as if I was. All you've got to do is put your mind to it, and you can do anything you want. Trust me.
Yes, I think you're right. Thanks, Raphael.
I just love the fact that Raph has a bandana in this game. Okay, so that wraps up the support conversations for now. So now on to camp activities. Yeah, well, I wasn't joking when I said it was probably going to be a half an hour before we got to the battle.
Make yourself useful?
Counting on you.
I am confident.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
I've got nothing to worry about with the two of you on the job. The dynamic duo of the Knights of Seros are together again at last. Now let's get to work. Ignore her. Once she gets going, there's no stopping it.
I seriously hope they have a Paralog Mode. That'd be cool.
No big deal for the... Indeed.
We all must do our fair share. Care to make yourself useful?
Okay, then I will... Who am I lacking with currency? Yuri and Dorothy, I'll do that.
Counting on you both.
Right. Let's get this out of the way.
Let's get it done. We all must do our fair share.
Yeah, the nice part about support conversation with this game is, unlike Three Houses, you can keep gaining affinity even if you haven't seen the support conversation.
What a pain. Everything all right, Catherine? Thought I saw Count Karen a second ago.
Yes, I just had to talk to my father about something. He wanted to request some of the church's soldiers as reinforcements, but I don't have the authority to make that decision. For the life of me, I can't understand why he'd come to me for something that only Lady Rhea or Dimitri could help him with.
Whoa, wait. Count Karen is your dad?
Yes. Huh. I could have sworn you knew. Well, I guess you do now. I am, in fact, the daughter of Count Karen of Fargus.
I had no idea. Oh, now that you mention it, you do bear their crest.
Things are complicated with my family, to say the least. But basically, I'm keeping my distance from House Karen for the time being. Right now, I am Catherine, Knight of Saros. No connection to any house or the kingdom.
I see. So you intend to keep serving the church going forward? But what do you think you would do if the church and kingdom broke their alliance?
A foolish question. Obviously, I would side with Lady Rhea. It's not a matter of kingdom or church. My allegiance and my sword lies with Lady Rhea and her alone. Though, of course, I would prefer not to fight my friends and family from back home. So it would be ideal for me if the kingdom and church could play nice forever.
The Archbishop's personal sword, huh? You've got one heavy blade.
What about you? What are you fighting for here? Or is it one of those, I just tripped and fell into it kind of stories?
I've got a score to settle with someone. Figure I got a better chance of fighting them again if I'm here.
Oh yeah? Must be a formidable opponent, judging by that look on your face.
Aside from that, you might be right. Maybe my coming to Fargus was pure chance. A civil war broke out in the capital right after I joined the Officers' Academy. By the time things died down, Rhea decided to close the school. That's when Dimitri put me in my current role.
Sounds like you've had a rough go of things too. But you're commanding kingdom troops now, right? That's a pretty good step up. I say that as long as you're living life in a way that would make your past self proud, that's enough.
Make my past self proud, huh?
Easier said than done, I know. But it can't hurt to try, right? Just keep challenging yourself. You'll get there eventually.
Alright, time to go get some training in.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
And I'll switch. Actually, Lawrence could actually. Because now I've got Master Seals again. I just thought about this. I'm like, yeah, Lawrence could. Actually, I got two of them now. Awesome. So, yeah, might as well get Lawrence upgraded.
An ideal.
Alright, so. And I've got the main crew situated. Yeah, I'll get Bernie on Bow Knight. Alright, that uses up those. Now, time for the actual training.
Training can be the dip. With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Save. Because I know I'm still not done with getting to the actual chapter battle. I'll go take care of tactics once I'm actually done with this battle. Yeah, because, I mean, like I said, it might be 20 minutes before I mean, at this rate, I'm probably going to do, like, one chapter a stream. Jeez. Or 1.5 chapters. Alright. So, yeah, Ignatz is good to go.
Let's
so
clean
I'm
up.
going to swap him out for Shamir, and Roth's good to go, so I'm going to swap her out for Catherine.
I'll crush them all.
The fight starts now.
Let's go.
Alright, let's go.
And don't die on me.
I'm all warmed
No
up
promises.
and ready to fight.
Alright, strategy time.
I've got
Here,
it.
go take out that dude.
Let's give it a shot. I've got it. Time to go to work. Let me show you.
Please.
Those two gang up on that dude, and I'll head to the north. Get back here, you paladin piece of crap. Alright, cool. Now, this is the last required battle, so like this one you have to do regardless of whether or not you do the other one in order to get to the chapter.
You shall pay for this. You hear?
There we go.
Somebody help me!
Gotta go help this commoner really quick.
I won't ever forget your kindness.
Alright, I'll go swap out and help out Shamir.
I'll fight too.
We're almost done.
I shall grant you the privilege of my aid.
Point.
Imbeciles!
Is that all we've got?
Did I meet your expectations?
Stay vigilant.
Let's do this!
Man, I gotta upgrade people's weapons too, so that's been a hot minute since I've done that.
Enough of that! Retreat!
What's next?
Alright.
Looks like we got a live one. Time to get in there and fight.
Let's go. Take a breather.
Let me at him.
So yeah, they'll probably explain it later too, but basically the reason why Catherine really admires Lady Rhea is because she almost died. While she was a student, she almost died and Lady Rhea saved her. So she feels indebted.
There's still more I can do.
Kind of the similar reason as to why Cyril brings. Okay, Cyril's reason is a little different because he was just in servitude to House Goneril, but then Lady Rhea took him in. Yeah, I know, it's like, that's how long this game is. It's 3.5 hours just to get to the story. To be fair, there were 2 paralogs. Alright, I need a ceremonial sword.
Hey!
Alright, so Catherine's done, so I'll swap her out for...
I shall perform to my utmost.
None shall stand in my path.
I can do this.
Let's earn our keep.
Goddess, please protect us. I'll do what I can.
Try to get ahead of this guy. Yeah, don't start heading that direction. Oh, yep, that was a bad idea. Luckily, they didn't make it very far.
We're done for. The rest is up to you.
Alright, have all of them kick this guy's butt. Okay.
Is that all we've got?
It's not over. Yeah, right.
Go Shez, go
I gotta
Shez.
fall back.
Alright, now let's all head to the corner.
Time to make a name for ourselves.
I believe he's running towards us, that'll save some time.
Here it comes!
Here it comes.
You're done! Out of the way! Enemy down!
No, not yet.
Nice. I know you can do better than that.
Thanks for being a little condescending.
Let me at him! My board compels me!
Oh boy.
I'm still alive and kicking.
Whee! I'm flying. Alright, head back to the camp and see if I can buy a ceremonial sword, and then we'll head out.
I carry a little of everything here.
I might need the A rank on this thing, so I'll have to see. Yeah, I need the A
Hope
rank.
to see you
I
again
guess.
soon. I carry a little of everything here.
Alright, so I need 7 purveyors.
Hope to see you again soon.
licenses. Before I get going, I'm gonna upgrade everyone's weapons. now I'm gonna go upgrade.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
Yeah, I need to go sell some stuff. Go ahead and sell some of these gauntlets. Let's sell some of this.
Everything has its use.
Now I can go upgrade that and go buy that.
I carry a little of everything here.
There we go.
You've got an eye for quality, friend. Hope to see you again soon.
Alright, I'll go take care of that and I'll come back to camp. Alright, cool. There, now I got all the training points. Then I'll go take care of the facilities. Or not the facilities, the tactics place.
Time to work you into shape.
And go ahead and swap Catherine out for to do.
Training can be the difference. With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Cool.
My instruction comes at a high price.
And this is where you really need money. This is like one of the best decisions they could have made for this game was, making it so that you could do everybody at once, because
Don't
otherwise that'd be
neglect your daily
tedious as
studies.
heck. Yeah, because I kind of figured out that that was a thing you could do a bit late into my Black Eagles playthrough, so I'm trying to stay on top of it now.
Allow me to assist with any. Let me know if I may be of.
Well, how'd it go?
So I'm not sure how many awards there are in total, but apparently there's at least 45.
Any result's a good result.
Alright, then I'll go ahead to the storehouse and use up some of these. Yeah, the dude could really use a speed up. And then I'm gonna go ahead and sell these bullions. And then we'll be on our way, finally, to the chapter battle, because I know it's been a while.
I carry a little of everything here.
Oh yeah, I can.
You've got an eye
realize
for
I can
quality,
buy all the
friend. You've got an eye
Master
for
Seal.
quality, friend.
I like how there's a Shopaholic award. Thanks, game. Alright, go ahead and sell some of these bullions. Get some money.
Hope to see you again soon.
Come here a sec.
Alright, so now I can get someone else onto a better class.
Hey there.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Okay, so probably do Dorothea next. We're probably just gonna go in order at this point. Yeah, I forget who did it, but like I saw some really
Can't wait
really
to
cool
see how
fan
you do.
art lately. I think it was the Black Eagles, but it was all the characters that you could like have like just naturally, but then also recruiting throughout the Black Eagles playthrough. Of all the magic units in Gremory armor, and I mean all of them. This includes Hubert and Linhardt, and let's just say they are silent. Okay. Seizing the Northwestern Empire. After witnessing the cruelty and injustice left in the Imperial Army's wake, you and your allies resolved to put a stop to the Empire's misdeeds. Alright, time to finally do the chapter battle! Yay! Cutscene time.
This one's been leveled too. Every last house in the village reduced to ash. Our first push into enemy territory. And all we have to show for it is the charred remains of people's lives.
The neighboring village was plundered as well. There must have been Imperial soldiers stationed nearby.
What is it, Dimitri?
I don't understand. Why would they do this? Were they trying to stop us from retrieving supplies from these villages? Were they that adamant that we not establish a base here? In a sense, are we responsible for this?
The fiends oppressed this region heavily. Setting it alight was no far step beyond that.
Looked like they raised the fields, too.
What wrong had these people committed to deserve such barbarity? Such mindless slaughter? And what sort of foul creature would carry it out?
So yeah, screw the Agarthans. I'm like, that might as well be the motto of 3 Houses and 3 Hopes is, screw the Agarthans. And pardon my language, but fuck the Agarthans. Alright, I said it once.
Hard to say. I can get why they might want to burn the buildings
Not for
down.
kids, everybody.
There's no reason to execute all the villages,
that's how much I mean when I say screw the Agarthans, is just screw them to, well, like I said, this game is hell, so screw them to hell. This is a T for teen game. I mean, I know well, okay, to be fair, if it's PG-13, you get 1 F-bomb, so that was my F-bomb for the playthrough.
This isn't usually how the Empire does stuff. Sure, their methods have always been pretty rough, but never downright cruel like this.
Agreed. Perhaps this is the result of their failure at Aria Mode. This devastation, this blackened earth. Can this truly be the world she hopes to create?
I suspect Edelgard is no more than a mere puppet now. That, or perhaps a victim of whatever befell Tomas.
You may just be right.
Urgent news, Your Majesty. The Western Church has launched a surprise attack on our rear flank.
I see. And what of our losses?
Minimal as of yet, but the enemy makes to join up with the Imperial Army and strike again.
What's the call, Dimitri?
I'd like to push on, but it seems we will have to put that on hold for now. The Western Church comes first.
The main quest region has changed because the Western Church has raised an army against the kingdom. Okay then? I say this because this never happened in the Black Eagles playthrough where, like, the main objective would just shift. You and your allies march towards the Imperial territories, sites setting ending the war when you receive a shocking report. The Western Church has raised an army to attack your army from the rear. Subduing the Western Church. Well, now I get why they say fanaticism.
But why would the Western Church form an army now of all times?
I know they've had many disagreements with the Central Church over the years, but that doesn't explain the timing.
The answer may lie in the reports that some of Cornelia's associates have been seen among their ranks.
Interesting. The Western Church infiltrated by the very foe we hope to strike down. An organization devoted to the salvation of all, overtaken by another dedicated to nothing but chaos. Now there's some irony.
I guess it depends on what happened when. But if the Western Church has been rubbing elbows with Cornelius' people this whole time, they might have played a role of their own in the tragedy of Dusker.
Indeed, I believe the situation holds many hidden truths. Ones we may never have imagined until this very moment.
Tomas, Cornelia, Tallis? They've been pulling the strings this whole time, but what's that mean for me? My power is the exact same as theirs.
It's certainly a puzzle, yes. A quandary even I don't hold the answer to. Perhaps you're related somehow, though bearing similar abilities doesn't necessarily make you their kin. The good news is, some of them will be in this very battle. Perhaps you can seek out the truth yourself.
Okay, so Baldus is here. Heal the citizenry. Completely seal off the citizenry's evacuation point and prevent enemy infiltration. Go with that.
I will do what I must.
Swap in Dedu and Dimitri.
You can leave this to me.
Go with that. Actually, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to put in Ash.
I'll
There
do
we
what
go.
I need to.
I'd rather have a bow knight than just a sniper. Not for a battle like this.
I thought this was the Western Church's army. You wouldn't know it with all those outside forces. Imperial and otherwise.
We must help these people, and quickly. We can focus on gaining territory after. Our priority is granting the local citizens an escape. To do so, we must start by capturing the nearby
Yeah,
strongholds.
Cornelia's down, so it's like maybe we'll run into one of them. So defeat the assassin, so I'll have...
Let's move!
Let's begin. It's time to move.
We will proceed.
There are still people trapped inside the fortress. We need to get to them fast.
Kingdom's here already? Loot whatever you can.
Get a load of this guy here for the wrong job. Who made him an Imperial General anyway?
He's fighting him. That's Baldus. We're fighting him already. I did say he was fighting the Empire with the Empire. He's fighting him
Not a problem.
Did he retreat? Oh, never mind. Okay, so there's a citizen. I can't get there immediately.
I've got this.
Seize!
I'll do my best.
Alright, so yeah, I can't get to those two yet. I'll let Ash go over here.
One stronghold secured. We must now capture another.
This isn't even Kingdom territory. What would embolden them to do such things?
Let's take it for ourselves!
A little bit.
This stronghold will fall!
It's not over.
It's tantamount to death for these people should these strongholds fall. We must keep them secure.
I'm out of here for killing innocent people. Goes against the Merc Code.
The
It's too late to have morals now. We're paying you to kill. So you buckle down and do it.
Alright, just to keep things secure, I'm gonna have the Dew and the others keep this area safe.
We need you to defend.
Okay, so Dimitri, I'll go have him help Shez out.
I will move to assist.
Vash, hold the front.
I'm a little nervous about this.
Point, and then Shez will stick on it.
Take a breather.
Let's take it for ourselves.
Come on, we have to defend it.
Done. Oh gosh.
We won't let you get away with any more of this.
Problem is we can't even get in there.
Hold this position.
You can have your dirty money back. Find someone else for this job.
Shut up and do as you're told, Merc. Or I could always cut you to pieces if you can't follow orders.
Alright, I'll send Dimitri over to the left for now.
No, we have to save them.
You can't get in, though, is the problem. How do you even get in? Unless we're supposed to take out the gatekeepers. That's the only thing I could think of. Well, if I lose, it is what it is. Some way to find out. Alright, I'll have to do temporarily.
Let's begin.
Kick this guy's butt.
What did we do to deserve this? We didn't make it in time. Yet again, I failed to save them.
Alright, so now I know this time I have to actually kill the gatekeepers.
Is tension up?
Okay.
Let's begin. It's time to move.
Alright, so then I'll send...
It's time to move.
We will proceed as planned.
We
must
Dimitri
strive
kick
to
that
perform
guy's
to
butt,
the
and
best
then
of our
Ash,
ability.
you stay the course.
Not to death for these.
I'll do my...
People should these
Take a
strongholds
breather.
fall awaited this moment. We must keep them secure.
Oh, I didn't mean Shez, no.
Not a problem.
Okay, cool.
I'm out of here for killing innocent people. Goes against the Merc code.
It's too late to have morals now. We're paying you to kill. So you buckle down and do it.
This stronghold will fall.
Okay, yeah, that was what I was supposed to do. Alright. Alright, so I'll have
We will
him
proceed
march
as
on
planned.
that dude while
Take a
the
breather.
dude takes care of crap. Where the heck is the gatekeeper at?
Let
No,
us
the
crush
gatekeeper's
their
down.
defenses.
I'll give it 1,000%.
I gotta hurry.
We won't let you get away with any more of this.
This ends now.
bad. Find someone else for this job.
Shut up and do as you're told. Or I can always cut you to pieces if you can't follow orders.
I've awaited this moment.
We made it! Come on, we have to help the others!
Alright, cool, we're safe now.
Here I go! Ooh, this should help.
Alright. Rain fire upon the enemy.
That's all of them. No matter what happens from here on out, we have to keep them safe.
Saved as many as we possibly could. Now we need to see them safely evacuated to the strongholds.
Okay, so I'll have to do...
Let's begin. I will
defend
be
that
your
citizen,
shield.
and I'll have Dimitri defend that
We will proceed
citizen.
as planned. I will move to assist.
I'll have Ash defend
I'll do my
that
best.
citizen, and then I'll take over
Outside
shield.
Take a breather.
I see you trying to sneak away. Not on my watch. You fools will get what you deserve.
We have a squad of healers in reserve. They should be able to provide aid to injured citizens. Please, heal them.
There's a bonus. I hope that grants us some peace of mind for a little while.
They just keep coming.
Hard to fight and keep your prizes safe at the same time.
I shall take the lead.
Come on. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, he's actually an ally now. Down the way.
Ready the ballistic! Let's see them off with a nice parting gift!
Those ballistae are trouble. We should split up and take them down.
I got this! You won't
I'll do my best.
I'll do it.
My turn.
Alright, so they're all busy defending people, so
Let me out of here,
you guys take
Mediday.
out the
I
ballista.
said I'm leaving.
And I said, you're going nowhere! You'll stay put and watch these peasants die!
All of the center in their ranks. We should reach out before things escalate any further.
Yeah, Paul was just like, screw you!
You saved me! Thanks a bunch!
One left. Let's hurry.
Those are done. Good.
We did it! We've created a safe path forward.
Alright, I'll have Dimitri go help out.
We will proceed as planned.
Did you...
I will move to assist. We will proceed as planned.
Keep in mind, this is what 81 classes, but that was such a future. And now we can use the combo is kind of screwed here.
I've awaited this moment.
The citizens to the corner and fast.
Here I go!
I'll do it.
Take a breather.
Alright, so Baldus needs help now, so let's go over there with Jez.
Come on! You're letting them get away! I'm not done feasting on the fear in their eyes yet!
The people should be safe in the strongholds for now, but we must keep defending them to the...
I'll do my best.
very end.
Unbelievable! They've all escaped! Guess it's time to finish this myself!
Perfect. The big bad's on the field now. Don't take your eyes off the strongholds. This is our chance to take him down.
You're done!
Alright, Methody's out. This guy's literally a serial killer.
You let all the maggots get away, but I wasn't done torturing them. You'll just have to take their place.
I think from all the lore I've seen, I think he's just human, he's not like broken, but like he might as well be good authorities around. He's a masochist for sure.
Still needs to be dealt with. Get him!
That's how it's gonna be, huh? Don't think I'll just take this line down!
Wait. If it's money you want, I'll split the loot.
And nothing of value is lost.
We should probably close the gates to the strongholds that are sheltering the evacuees.
Thanks for the rescue!
Yay!
What was I thinking? Taking a job working under those jerks.
Perhaps you'd like to join us instead, then. We can make it worth your while.
Sure, why not? Mind if I get a breather first, though? It's been a rough one.
Yay! Yay! Oh, good news. We saved Baldus and we killed Methody.
Do it now. Close the gates.
Now that the people are safe, we can press the enemy with no holds barred.
I won't be surprised if the Intelligence showed up. We killed Methody now,
Like a beautiful flower blooming on the battlefield.
That guy's dead. Of course, they're all the way in the corner.
Here it comes! You're done!
passes for an Imperial General these days?
Ultimately, Metaday, you were no better than a stupid beast. We will withdraw.
Oh, Myson's out. Or excuse me, question mark. Okay, literally.
I am Myson, liberator of humankind from the control of filthy vermin.
So that guy's the brains behind all this? Don't let him get away!
We will proceed as planned. We must...
Let's begin.
Yeah, like until I can get caught up.
We must keep the people safe. Whatever happens, protect our strongholds.
Alright, so I'll have...
Defensive position.
Everyone else go to the left,
do my
to
best.
the right. I'll have Ash go
back
to the
them up.
left. I'll have Dedu go to the
Let's
left.
begin.
And then Dimitri and I will go ham on a biscuit.
While I may have turned a blind eye to the Empire's brutality, this wasn't what I signed up for. I'm out of here.
Don't let them get away. We will proceed as planned.
You are all descendants of the most inconsequential of beasts, and your deaths will fuel our grand ambition.
Don't let the stronghold fall! To your posts, everyone! Come on! We have
I almost forgot this is a Western Church situation until they showed up.
Attack! Give them no quarter!
Don't let them in.
Still fight!
Charge!
No, not yet! Hold the position. None of them get through.
Protect it, no matter what.
Hold this position.
Alright, cool. Done.
No matter the justification, your actions are inexcusable.
It's as good as ours!
You know, these look an awful lot like Cornelius creeps.
Head to the chest. Alright, cool. Okay, who wants to bet $50 Myson's gonna retreat after this?
So you're the one who ordered this massacre. I can't let you go any further.
Might you be? Not beyond the fight I found, vermin! I suppose we cannot make any more gains here. No sense in sticking around. Unless...
Yep, I knew it.
Mycin, was it?
Your efforts saved countless lives today. Hold your head high.
I mean, to be fair, it makes sense that they know warping magic, otherwise they get killed off a lot more easily.
Hey.
Alright, Balthus is now playable.
Where are you, Mycin?
Oh shit.
Why? Why do you wield the power of Epimenides?
Epimenides?
Tell me, where did you obtain it? Unless... his core.
His what? What are you even talking about? The power I got from Arvel?
I'm not sensing his presence anymore. Mycin has fled.
Yeah, and left us with nothing but questions. I didn't get a word of what he was saying.
Afraid the same goes for me. That was all quite perplexing indeed.
Either way, it's clear as day we're connected somehow. Arvel, this power of yours, it's more dangerous than you've been letting on.
You think? I have to say, you've handled it with some serious aplomb these past few years. If you ask me, I see no reason to start fearing it now. The strength I've given you has saved countless lives, and you know it. Don't you remember what Dimitri said? Power itself is neutral. The good or evil comes from the one who wields it. So I say you keep using it, both to protect your friends and to finally defeat the Ashen Demon. Got something on your mind? You seemed oh so distracted during your training today.
A bit, yeah. It's kinda hard to just move on after what Mycin said to me. Speaking of, he mentioned my power coming from some guy named Epimenides? Part of me wonders if that's not somehow referring to you, Arvel.
I can't say for sure. The whole no memories thing, remember?
Right. I guess neither of us really know the truth about ourselves.
And I don't care to. Not now, anyway. There's an order all this should be done in. Priorities that take hold. If you let yourself get distracted by every shiny new object that comes along, you'll never reach your goal.
Which is what exactly? Wait, don't tell me.
Defeating the Ashen Demon. Everything starts from there. You can think for the rest of time if you want, but you'll never discover the truth with only the information you have now. Not to mention that ending that fiend is the best and only way to protect the new friends you adore so much.
Yeah, you're probably right.
His Majesty requests your presence. Lord Rodrigue has just arrived. They hope to discuss strategy.
Got it. I'll be right over.
Such concludes the report I received from my son. The Western Church's assault does not appear to have meaningfully hampered the kingdom's progress.
Glad to hear it. We'd better make sure we can keep up.
It sounds like everyone's pulling their weight over there too. What a relief.
But Claude, what do you propose we actually do? Crossing the Great Bridge of Murden will only land us square in Birdley's territory, home to the Empire's Minister of Military Affairs himself.
I don't get how we can invade the Empire without losing a ton of people.
Simple. We don't really invade. All we have to do is make it look like we will. I told Dimitri the same thing. Remember, Garrick Mach is the actual prize here. If we get dragged into a mud fight deep in their territory, pulling out won't be an option. The most important thing is convincing them they need to keep a nice, big flock of troops stationed to defend the Eastern Front.
And how do we do that?
How else? We use the many-headed snake.
Ugh, gross. I don't like the sound of this.
Don't worry, that's just the name of the strategy. It's an old trick they used to pull east of Fodlan. Imagine our army's a many-headed snake, striking at a bunch of different targets all at once. Meaning not just the Great Bridge of Murden, but every other bridge that spans the Aramid too. The second the Empire starts trying to sever any one head in particular, we pull it back and redouble our efforts from the others.
A plan as arrogant and brazen as our leader himself, and yet an effective one to hear tell of it. At any rate, my opinion bears little weight in this chamber. I leave the decision to you.
We need to consider all our options here. If we really do reclaim Garrick Mach,
Fodlan will undoubtedly change, and when it does, our army needs the strength to greet whatever horizon awaits.
So it looks like they're just biding their time.
Azure Gleam. Reprisal. Having repelled the forces of the Western Church, the Kingdom and Alliance armies joined together to launch a large-scale coordinated attack on the Empire. Preparing to assault a key Imperial position, the Kingdom army uses northeastern Gert territory as a bridgehead to press further south. Meanwhile, a reliable ally returns to their side.
Finally, Rodrigue is back. Yay! Where have you been?
It's good to see you safely back, Rodrigue. I understand matters have begun to settle down in the West.
They have. It took more than a few lengthy inquiries, but I believe we finally excised the foul seed of discord from, and the changes at the top of houses Gideon, Mateus, and Elidor should ensure it never takes root again.
So they're keeping their territories then? I would have expected us to remove them completely after what they did.
Such is easier said than done. Our prior situation with House Kleiman took time as well.
Yes. Replacing the head of a territory always brings dissenters crawling out of the woodwork to oppose it. Be they nobles or commoners.
At least now we won't have to worry about our land descending into chaos behind us. We can't just keep repeating the same mistakes. I must say, though, I'm surprised this all went as smoothly as it did.
I did used to be the eminent Duke Fraldarius, remember? I have just a bit of experience with these things.
In any case, we must turn our gaze eastward. How's the Alliance holding up?
According to Gustav's report, Claude is holding out for the perfect opportunity to advance his army. Naturally, they don't favor their chances in a head-on clash with the famed Count Burgleys. So, for the time being, they intend to feign a deadlock and slowly dwindle away the enemy forces.
It seems the decision to reclaim the monastery was a shrewd one, then. It's our best path forward.
I know we're slated to advance on Hevring territory, but shouldn't we hold off till the Alliance can come help us too?
No. On the contrary. If we can show our individual might warrants attention, the Empire will have no choice but to dispatch more troops west, which should in turn ease the burden on the Alliance and their army. Claude and I agreed to as much.
The real question is whether we can even trust him. It's impossible to tell if you ask me.
If anything, he might be trying to wear us down. Soften us up so he can beat the stuffing out of us later.
I doubt he would do something like that. At least, not in the midst of pursuing the same goal. But you're right. Claude's tricky to pin down. You can never really tell what he's plotting.
I don't believe we can be too cautious here. We should consider every possible angle.
Agreed. But if the Alliance does try anything, Gustav and the Knights of Seros should be more than enough to thwart their plans. For now, though, we march on. Ready your units.
So, we finally take aim at the Empire in earnest.
Yes. We must finish this swiftly, for the sake of all those caught in the middle.
If you don't mind me asking, Your Majesty, do you have it within you to topple the Emperor? I speak not of military prowess, nor the strength of our army. No. I speak of your emotions.
He's got a point. I mean, she's your stepsister. Anyone would hesitate to cut down their own family.
She is an old friend as well. Though I doubt she has any recollection of it now. Rodrigue, do you truly think my hand will waver? I, who cleaved my own uncle's head from his shoulders? Now, seeing as the Empire was involved in the tragedy of Duscur, there is still much I must ask of her. In a way, she and I are no different. Starting wars of our own volition, sending countless innocent lives to the feet of the goddess. However noble one's reasoning may be, a deed like that cannot go unpunished. And if she refuses to yield, then as a king, and one seeking revenge at that, I will take her life.
I'm pleased to hear it. Ah, that reminds me. I meant to give you this earlier.
A letter?
One from Lady Patricia. I uncovered it during our inquiry of Viscount Elidor.
From my stepmother?
I hope you'll forgive the intrusion. but I have already examined its contents. The letter contains no new information of note. That said, I expect you'll find the subject matter quite disturbing indeed, Your Majesty.
I see. I will read it later, then.
Oh, Dimitri. Have you read that letter from your stepmom yet?
Yes, I have. It was a missive requesting the then Viscount Elidor's cooperation in her conspiracy against my father. She claimed he would have much to gain from the king's elimination, all while shrewdly expressing sympathy with his objections to the reforms. I had it investigated for signs of forgery as a precaution, but such a search returned nothing. The letter is authentic.
So yeah, literally, the vast majority of people had it out for his father to be dead. Like, literally, his only allies were, like, Rodrigue and Margrave. Yeah, I was gonna say, basically, Sylvain, Felix, and Ingrid's parents, and maybe Count Karen. That was it.
Meaning your stepmom was a willing participant in the tragedy of Dusker. She sent so many to die, and would have done the same to her own stepson if all had gone according to plan.
All out of the desire to see her daughter again. Or so Cornelius said. The wretch's words deserve little weight, but I believe she spoke true. In every memory I hold of my stepmother, she was always looking past me, as if the one she truly cared for was somewhere else entirely.
That's horrible. I never knew my real mom, but the woman who adopted me loved me with all her heart. That's how it should be.
It was horrible, yes, but what of it? There is no guarantee a parent will come to love their child. Still, being faced with such plain evidence of her crimes is a difficult thing to come to terms with. I had once thought her among those I would avenge, yet now she lies squarely in the path of my fury.
Pretty heavy stuff, yeah.
I can tell you're troubled as well.
You can see straight through me, huh? Guess that's what 3 years together will do. It's Myson, that dark mage from before. He was familiar with my power somehow. And yeah, I know you said you trust me, but I'm not so sure I even trust myself anymore. I just can't stand not knowing the truth. Who am I, really?
No matter what answer awaits, I will continue to place my trust in you. That hasn't changed.
But what if I transform and attack you?
I would do whatever I must to restrain you, naturally. Failing that, forgive me. It helps no one to utter such words.
It's fine. If nothing else, the threat of death is good motivation for me to get this power under control.
Have you lost your mind? It almost sounds like you'd be okay with him killing you.
I don't want to die, of course. But if it was between that and killing a friend, I know which one I'd pick.
Alright, we're going to the west. Never mind, we're going to the east. Okay, I guess the southeast. Battle strategy time. I'd like to hear from everyone. Please share any suggestions.
What about this?
What about this?
What do you think of...
What about this?
What about this? I'll handle it.
Now then.
Alright, so Rodrigue is in the party, and then Balthus officially joined up after saying screw you to the Empire.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
I should call it a day.
You sticking around? Nah, I should finish up too. Thanks, Shamir.
Alright, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be back in a second.
I have to work out new unit formations for our next battle. You're pretty conscientious for a mercenary. That's rare in our profession. Well, sorry to cut and run. Good luck with all that. No worries, I can handle it. It's my responsibility, after all. Right, well, if you ever need a hand, just let me know. Really? Thanks. Dependable as always, Shamir. Honestly, you're so mature for your age. You always seem so composed, almost wise, even when we're just chatting. I wouldn't say wise. Save that for the higher-ups. I just mind my own business. Plenty of mercenaries do the same. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. You know, you're pretty easygoing yourself, even by merc standards. Have you been on your own for long? Didn't you belong to a mercenary group at some point? Yeah, but I bounced around a lot. Let's see, the company I was with the longest was... probably Burling's mercenaries, the last one I joined. But then we clashed with Gerald's band, and I was the only one who survived. There isn't a mercenary who hasn't lost someone or something along the way. The losing trusted comrades stays with you. Yeah. Captain Burling, Getz, Lasley. We were a tight-knit group, if a little rough around the edges. I would have been content staying with them till the end. Maybe your experience is what's made you so pragmatic. It takes real strength to overcome past hardships and move on. That's what I think, anyway. You know, you seem way more pragmatic than me. I wonder what made you that way. You should know not to pry into a mercenary's past, but if the right moment comes, maybe I'll tell you about it.
Save. Yeah, I'd say with how long it's taken me, I can't guarantee I will complete this next chapter this stream. I'll commit to another hour, but considering I have to get some sleep tonight, that's all I'm gonna commit to for sure.
Oh, that's right.
Did you know that there's a truly exquisite opera house in the imperial capital of Emblem? I went there with my mother and brother a long time ago. Every part of it was beautiful, from the performers to the architecture of the building. I completely lost myself in the opera, and all the pain and sadness I felt just drifted away. I would love to go back and see the opera again. Maybe I should talk to Dorothea about it. Yeah, knowing her backstory, ugh.
In fact...
You know, I used to think there was no reason for us to be at war. But after witnessing the devastation in the Empire, I realized there's some things that cannot be overlooked. We must save the people of this land, even if it means resorting to combat to do so. I'm certain everyone in the Kingdom Army is fighting with the same conviction.
Well...
The coming battle will be decisive. We face lords defending the Empire's western front. Gareth, Ox, Gillinger, and there's...
What do you think?
That reminds me.
Right. Please.
Alright, cool. It may not be readily apparent to or within our camp, but many people have lost their homes and more continue to do so each day. I can sympathize with the loneliness that comes from losing one's place in the world.
You've got a spring in your
Things
step
have
today.
really calmed down in the kingdom. It's nice not having to look over our shoulders all the time. I'm relieved His Majesty was able to work things out and the church is keeping order now. appreciate what they're doing, but I have to admit, it's also kind of scary.
Huh?
What do you mean by scary? You afraid of getting on their bad side? What? No, that's not it. All I'm saying is we're trusting them with a lot. How did it get to such an awful point? Where in the world is 80? They say she's injured and Duke Ire is leading the Empire in her stead. But what if 80 is already... No, I don't even want to think about it. Well, I suppose she kind of knows the ends of what was going on, to an extent. A whole bunch of people have been defecting from the Empire lately. I did the same. I worked for the Empire at the beginning of the war, betting they would win.
That's all.
And now my money's in the Kingdom. I'm riding this prize horse to victory. My adoptive father sent a missive apprising me of the Alliance's progress. They have already crossed the Aramid River and invaded Empire territory, though the Imperial Army has been slow to respond. Something is clearly amiss in their ranks. I'm concerned about Edelgard. Yeah, it's like, when others are concerned about Edelgard, you know something's up. Well, I mean, we know something's up, too.
Hey, thanks!
You doing alright? Yeah, thanks. Just trying to hold back a sigh. Staying quiet is just less effort overall, unless you want to chat about something. If that's the case, we can talk as long as you want. Maybe that'd be better, honestly.
The thing is...
6 months ago, I wanted to protect everyone from Imperial invasion, but now we're the ones invading. Can't help but feel kind of guilty about it.
Yeah, I
I'd
don't
be
know.
lying if I said I didn't feel the same way. I just try not to think about it. I don't know how you can push it from your mind like that.
Let's
It's
give it our
amazing.
all.
I can't let every single little thing get to me. I'm gonna do my best to follow your example. Hey, it's the boys are back in
Seriously?
town. So, Balthus, what were you doing cozying up to the Empire? Did they pay you that well? Pretty much. Till a few months ago, I was practically living in the lap of luxury. It's a bad time to defect then. Suppose you'd like taking orders from a sniveling
I don't know.
You're really gonna go there, huh? So I guess you know all about taking orders from lowlives. Heard you were fighting alongside those chumps from House Row and Aryan Road.
Damn.
As if I went there by choice. Stable's manure pit would have been 1,000 times more preferable. You still got a mouth on you, that's for sure, but you know it's oddly comforting. Right back at you. I'm relieved you're still in the same old meathead. We're slowly reuniting. There's one more member we haven't met yet, but she's kind of more of an Empire supporter anyways. Us mercenaries can't always choose who we fight. But if I had to kill someone, I'd rather they be bad guys like the Empire. How about you? Yeah, I'd take them over fighting the good guys any day, no question. Put as many of them in the ground as we can to restore peace to the world.
Greetings, friend. Nothing to report.
Greetings, Commander. Nothing to report. Well, actually, there's loads to report, just nothing inside the base. The Imperial territories are in complete chaos. My family lives in Embar, and I'm just worried sick about them. Bandits attacked my caravan not far from here. I was the sole survivor. I had no idea what to do or where to go, but the Knights of Saros came to my rescue. All this time I thought the Central Church was a steaming pile of garbage, but I guess I was wildly mistaken.
I carry a little of everything here.
The best side of
You've
them is
got an
coming
eye for
out
quality,
right now.
friend. Hope to see you again soon.
What do you want?
Whoa, quit staring a hole through me, would you? All I'm doing is delivering some packages for my lady. More specifically, I serve Lady Hilda of House Goneril. This one's got tea leaves for Lord Lawrence, and this one contains sweets for Lady Marianne. Then there's this dusty old book for Sir Ignaz, and some meat for Sir Raphael. Go ahead and check them out if you don't believe me. I swear to the goddess I ain't doing nothing shady.
You there? I wish to speak with
I
you.
received word that a suspicious character named Myson was among those colluding with the Western Church. This person reportedly wields a power similar to your own. Do you have any idea who they are?
Nuh-uh.
Not a clue, but I wouldn't remember even if there was some connection. My apologies, I did not intend to upset you. The Archbishop is concerned about this individual
That
as
is
well.
all.
Please understand that I was compelled to ask because of my position. However, I do trust you. My father has finally returned. He may have relinquished his position as Duke, but he's still running himself rag. Not that I have any room to talk, since I'm always over fighting on the front lines. I really should go back home and see how my family's doing once in a while. I heard we're gonna start attacking the Empire a bunch. Have you lost your mind? How can this be happening? I don't want to die.
Hey!
So what, you want to tell all that kingdom people who suffered just to pack up and go
Wait,
home?
what?
Of course not, but maybe they could anyways. This belief that we need to fight violence with violence means I can't go hide anywhere.
What could it be? The story goes...
The situation being what it is, my father hasn't presented me with many marriage proposals lately. However, that also means House Galatia's finances won't be improving anytime soon. No idea what I should do after the war is over. No, I can't think about this right now. I need to focus on the battle before us.
Have you need of me?
Even now, there are still nobles within Adressia who care for its welfare, such as Baron Ox and Duke Garrett. Then, of course, there are men like Count Bergleys and Count Hevering. I have no objection to fighting them, but I do feel some slight hesitation. If only there was a way we could get them to work together as to defeat Duke Eyre's forces, but no, that's impossible.
Don't push yourself too hard.
Shortly before the tragedy of Dusker shook the kingdom, another major battle took place in the western part of the Empire. The Imperial army was on one side of the conflict, of course, but can you guess who they were up against?
Let's see.
Judging from your tone, it has to be someone unexpected, like an enemy invasion from overseas.
Amazing!
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Actually,
the allied forces of Dagda and Bridget invaded southwest Fodland from far across the sea. The Empire barely managed to repel them. Dagda was defeated and Bridget fell under Imperial rule. We're headed to the exact location of that fierce battle. Why I'm thinking a certain someone's gonna show up. I walked until I thought my feet were gonna fall off, and this land just stretches on forever. But get this, I heard if you keep going a little farther west, you see a gigantic ocean.
Amazing!
I thought the ocean was only to the north and the south. You learn something new every day.
I was thinking.
Oh, Commander, before I forget, have you heard the rumors about Gerald's mercenaries? Word is they're still with the Imperial Army under General Randolph's employ. I wanted to make sure I could fight alongside you, but I got injured in the last battle, so I'll be sent to the rear for a while. Just be careful out there, okay? Well, we're gonna be fighting Gerald's mercenaries soon, I have a feeling.
Oh, it's you.
This is unfathomable. There is naught but cruelty and suffering at every turn, albeit to varying degrees. Villages burnt to the ground, towns deserted, rampant poverty. I have to wonder what Edelgard thinks of all this.
Let's see.
I guess she's frustrated because she can't really do anything about it. She's the Emperor. One would think she could at least stop her forces from pillaging. Though if she truly cannot, then our suspicions are all but confirmed. Regardless of her circumstances, there is one path before us. Take the Imperial capital and end the war. We need to only press onward to achieve that.
Good day to you.
Long ago, part of this area belonged to House Nouvelle. They produced a number of distinguished mages and were even favored by the Emperor. Word has it they were utterly obliterated in the wake of the Dagda and Bridget War. I suppose no matter how prosperous a house is, they all fall to ruin eventually.
Come to think of it.
The Kingdom and Church are carrying out a joint inquiry into the Western Church. They're doing it that way because some suspicious people infiltrated the church itself. Lady Ray will be overseeing the inquiry as well. Once the investigation is complete, a new bishop will be appointed and the West can begin working towards stability. Still, it makes you wonder how those mages managed to worm their way in to begin with. I am not knowing what has become of them, but I'm thinking Bridget will no longer be having a relationship with the Empire in my lifetime. Even if the Empire wins...
I have this pleasure.
Yes, when they are burning their villages and hurting and stealing from their own people, they are not worthy of trusting. Good. You deserve better. Your people deserve better. appears that some generals in the Kingdom Army do not trust the Alliance. How about you? Do you have confidence in us and your allies in battle?
Yeah, I
Talking
don't
about the
know.
wholehearted trust, it's hard to say given who your leader is. Not that I'm doubting Claude exactly, he's just a tough guy to get a read on. You are right to be wary of him. I cannot help but feel sorry for you despite being our ally. That being said, we have not received any dubious orders from our Blackguard leader. Of that I give you my word. So they're in the dark, which to be fair, Claude wouldn't tell them anything.
How can I help you?
It's nice and quiet here, such a far cry from Ferdiad. The guardian moon, and yet there's a nary speck of snow. No one will be freezing to death, will they? Up north, snow stays on the ground until the end of the year, though sometimes it's still falling during the great tree moon. They say the grass is always greener, but it turns out I'm a little green with envy myself.
Can we talk? The truth of it
How many
is...
years has it been since I lost my parents to the epidemic? My siblings and I had no place to call home, nor any food to eat after that. We were all wasting away. There was no one to turn to, we barely had any money, so I did some things I'm not proud of in order to survive. In that town we passed through a bit ago, I saw so many kids in the same situation. It made me think about how we have to end this war as quickly as possible.
Hey!
Look, I don't mind fighting the Empire, but we have to let General Randolph live. He turned a blind eye when I escaped the Imperial camp. No one wants to be part of the raids they're doing, not even him. Please, you gotta believe me.
In truth,
His Majesty's mother passed away shortly after he was born, which meant he had to grow up without a mother's love. Which is why he adored Lady Patricia as though she was his real mother. Perhaps I never should have shown him that letter.
Nuh-uh.
You don't have to worry about Dimitri. He's more mature than you think. Besides, that letter would have found its way to him eventually, even if you hadn't given it to him.
I see.
A valid point. Perhaps you are right.
That aside,
I ask that you continue to support His Majesty as a trusted friend. Alright, support conversation time.
Hey, Rodrigue. You got a sec?
what's the matter? You look troubled.
Well, we ended up spending most of this winter out on the battlefield. So I was thinking, if we put an end to the war before next winter rolls around, maybe we could all go back north and...
And? Speak plainly.
I want to have a snowball fight. Dimitri said that's how all the kids in Fargus play during the winter. Figure it would be good to try at least once now that I'm living here in the kingdom.
Yes, a fine idea. The sport's rather profound, if I do say so myself. Dividing into factions and formulating strategies makes it just as much a battle of minds as it does one of hurled snow.
I imagine Felix just in the background like, shut up, old man! Shut up, Felix! I'm having a quality bonding time with your father.
Hold on, strategy?
I've
This
never had
sounds
a
kind of
father,
intense
but
for
shut
a
up.
kid's game.
It is. When we were still in the throes of our youth, Lambert, Matthias, and I faced off in such a contest. With our squires in tow, we traveled to the northern mountains to do battle.
Hey, that sounds like fun. So what happened?
I was the first to fall. I hid in the shadows, biding my time and observing the enemy's movements until the moment was right to strike. And yet, such an opportunity never came. While his subordinates fought freely in the open, His Majesty launched a surprise attack on my position. Unfortunately, my men and I were unable to land even a single blow on him. Our defeat was a matter of course.
Now I know where Dimitri gets his tendency to rush into battle alone. Like father, like son, huh?
Indeed. Still, it's difficult to feel wronged when you've been defeated in such a swift and skillful manner. My downfall left only Lambert and the Margrave, a man notorious for his rotten character, even as a child.
Okay, so Matthias is the name of Sylvain's father.
His strategy was not to attack outright, but to prepare an ambush for His Majesty in one of the more densely wooded groves.
Seriously? All that for just a snowball fight? No wonder Sylvain is so cunning. Anyway, what happened next?
We were all familiar with Matthias's ignoble tactics, so His Majesty was careful to avoid the cowardly ambush which had been laid for him. At last, just as the opposing generals were staring each other down. Gunnar, the current Count Galatea and noble, many years our senior, emerged from the wood to put a stop to it. In the end, our final showdown that day was between his hands and the scruffs of our necks. All while our ears rang with his dire warnings about the mountains.
That sounds like Ingrid's dad, all right. Guess that means nobody won, huh?
Yes, the story dates back several decades, but I still remember it as if we were trudging through the snow only yesterday. Say, if you do end up mustering an army for one of these snowball battles, I would be honored to observe, should you have me.
Yeah,
Why don't
let's
you join
go!
us? As one of the combatants, I mean. I'm sure Dimitri and the Margrave won't mind. You won't be facing the same opponents, but maybe then you'll finally settle the score. For old time's sake.
A sound point. Very well. I'd be thrilled to partake when the time comes. You know, of late I've been dreading the coming winter, but now I feel I may actually look forward to it.
Yay!
That reminds me.
I'm actually a minor lord from House Gillinger, so I could be considered imperial nobility. My uncle is the head of the family now. He's a man who lives and breathes violence. He got sick of his guff and took off. I don't even consider him family anymore. He's been kicking up a fuss in the west, but it's high time we put him in his place. Alright, that takes care of all the conversations for this chapter. So, time to take care of camp stuff.
Care to make yourself useful?
Counting on you both.
Indeed. Let's give it our best.
Let's do this. Together.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
Counting on you both.
I am confident you'll be impressed with my efforts.
Sure, I'll help.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
Counting on you both.
I don't know how much help.
We'll handle.
It's just so cute to see Dimitri just sweeping like
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
that. Alright, let's get Balthus involved on some stuff because we have absolutely no support points because we just joined the party.
Counting on you both.
We'll figure something out if we work together.
I always get the job done, and I'm thorough.
It's cool to see the Ashen Wolves a bit more
We all
involved in the
must do our
plot.
fair share. Care to make yourself useful?
Because, I mean, they were DLC in 3 houses.
Counting on you both.
I will see it done speedily.
All right, let's do this.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
Counting on you both.
Very well. I shall. All right.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
Counting on you both.
And you need me for this? Are you sure? Let's get it done. We all must do our fair share.
An opera company smack dab in the middle of the Imperial capital, huh? I can't even begin to imagine what that must be like. I mean, I've been all over the place for my mercenary work, but it's mostly just been for small-time rural lords and the like. Honestly, I'd never even met anyone from the big cities like Enbar or Ferdiad before coming to Garreg Mach.
You know, shows in the capital are about 1,000 times flashier than the little town festival shows you might be used to. Every important moment of the drama is conveyed through elaborate song, and at the center of the musical ensemble stands its star, the diva.
I think I get the idea. These divas sound pretty incredible. They probably get stage names and everything if they're that important, huh?
Oh, but of course. I was known as the mystical songstress.
Hey, that's pretty good. There always has been this kind of indescribable aura surrounding you.
Thanks, but I have mixed feelings about the name myself. They called me that because of how suddenly a street orphan like me was discovered and debuted.
Yeah, I see how there could be some complicated feelings wrapped up in that. But if you were able to rise from that to diva, you must have the chops to back it up. Not that I can even picture what that would sound like. Hey, do you think you could sing something for me?
Since you asked so nicely, but I'm only doing it this once, okay?
How the crimson rain of pain it came, falling hard upon a land aflame, when the sacred blade it split the sky until the heavens heard our cry. In the hour of vengeance will you heed the call? On the red fields of revenge will you help avenge? We must fight strong and stand tall.
Well, what did you think?
It was... yeah.
What? You didn't like it? Not quite the booming applause I'm used to.
No, it was incredible, honest. It's just... I'm not really sure I got it, you know? I mean, the only songs I know are the ones sung by mercs in taverns, or village girls as they tend the fields. Sorry I can't really give you much more than that.
Oh, don't worry about it. This sort of thing happens more often than you'd think.
Well, as long as you're not mad. If you don't mind, though, maybe you could try again for me sometime? I'd really like to hear you sing some more. And hey, I might even get better at telling you what I thought.
Sure. I suppose I can give you one more chance.
Hey there, Shamir. What's a gal like you doing in a place like this?
Oh, it's you. What do you want?
Nothing in particular. Just had some time to kill. Thought it'd be nice to chat.
Shouldn't you be off sparring with Catherine?
That sounds nice and all, but I've had my eye on you for a while.
Try anything funny, and you'll regret it.
Whoa, take it easy, pal. I didn't mean it like that. I was just thinking the two of us have got a lot in common, yeah?
Nothing comes to mind.
Hey now, let's not be too hasty. Take gambling, for instance. I happen to know you like a little game of chance, and I fancy a wager myself every now and again.
You can't call it gambling if all you do is lose.
Sure, I've probably lost more than I've made, but hey, that's part of the fun, right?
Keep telling yourself that.
What about booze? From what I understand, you're quite the drinker.
But unlike you, I can actually hold my liquor.
Ooh!
Hey, that was one time. Nobody drinks Balthus under the table. Not unless I've lost a bet.
You must lose often. I've seen you stumbling around here quite a bit.
All right, so gambling and booze are out.
My fighting style is nothing like yours.
I can't argue with that. I like to get in real close and crack some skulls. Well, you prefer to pick off enemies from a safe distance. But even if our methods are different, the end result is the same. It's kill or be killed out there.
Huh. So you do see how we're different.
Give me some credit, will you? I might not be the best drinker or gambler, but I am the desirable king of grappling. I can tell you're not looking for your fights to be a bloodbath, unlike yours truly.
Because I don't like dying. I prefer to be the one doing the killing. That's why I use a bow. The only one who bleeds is the enemy. Aren't you forgetting something? After gambling and booze, you're supposed to ask me about women, though I doubt our tastes are similar.
Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Hey, Shamir! Where are you going? Huh. Wonder what that was about.
So yeah, this pretty much confirms that Shamir's bi.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
A new challenge that will be...
Not gonna stop now. I should make the most...
I hope I can handle...
No. For
Training can be the difference between... With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Alright, then I'll go upgrade the tactics for Rodrigue and Baltus, and then I should be ready to hit the road.
My instruction comes at a high price.
Okay, I get it's just for Baltus.
Don't neglect your daily studies.
Get him a battalion. Alright, go ahead and save. Alright, time to do some battles finally. Alright, so I'm headed over there. You've unlocked the Paralog Raiders from the north. So yeah, I'm gonna do this Paralog, and I may make some progress, but I may not finish this, so it'll be kind of a cliffhanger going into next week. Perhaps hoping to take advantage of the trouble brewing within the kingdom, the people of Serang can launch an invasion from the north. Dimitri rides out with his best soldiers to intercept.
Whew. There may not be snow here, but the wind still settles right in your bones.
Make sure to stay warm, all right? It's often coldest in places without snow.
Apologies for dragging you so far north, and then saddling you with reconnaissance duties. Still, how are things looking?
Thought for sure we'd see signs of the enemy by now, but I've got nothing. You really think those Serang folks are coming over these mountains? Seems like a pretty risky plan.
Oh, they will come. It's in their nature.
And if I know their leader, this will be a much larger raid than normal.
They tried to raid us during the confusion at the capital too, right? So are Fargus and Serang mortal enemies or something?
I don't know if I'd go that far, but we've definitely got something of a history. Even back when I was a kid, there was open fighting between the two. When Fargus won, the Serang leader offered up his youngest son as a prisoner of war. The same son who's now leading this current raid.
After he was surrendered to Margrave Gautier as a prisoner of war, He was held here for some time. The Margrave lost his wife to the Srang offensive, and I know he harbored many ill feelings towards their people. But he also hoped to improve relations between the two peoples, and thusly treated his prisoner well, teaching him our language and customs. Sadly, the prisoner did not appreciate the effort. He fled Margrave Gautier at his first opportunity and scurried back home.
But if Srang offered him as a hostage, why would they welcome him back?
It's all a bit muddled and unclear. Father dispatched men to find out the truth of the matter, but everyone feigned ignorance.
Still, he now leads the Srang forces, which means they must have at least some respect for the man. Doubtless, they were pleased when he walked in the door with inside knowledge of Fodlan practically oozing from his pores.
You've got one interesting neighbor, I'll give you that. Things are tougher in the north than I thought.
I'm glad you've come to understand our situation, at least in some small part.
Our preparations are complete, Father. Perhaps it's time we gather the generals?
Yes. Once everyone is here, we'll depart for the Ruska Mountains and take shelter at the stronghold in the foothills.
That stronghold again? We're practically retracing the entire northern campaign at this point.
Yes, that is where hostilities began, isn't it? Your Majesty, House Gautier should have been able to handle this situation ourselves. Pray forgive me for dragging you into it.
Not at all. Gautier and Fraldarius have long been allies in the fight against the forces of Srang. It is only right that the leader of House Blathid should come to your aid in a time of such crisis. I'll be counting on you and Sylvain as well.
Don't worry, we'll send these folks packing.
Great. In that case, maybe I'll kick back and let you do all of the...
His father just like, Sylvain, no.
Kidding, kidding. Of course, I'll give this everything I have. Well, except my life. I'll be keeping that.
I'll do my best as well, Margrave. Though, having ceded the Fraldarius title to my son, I fear I am not but a common military man now.
False modesty ill suits you, Rodrigue. Now let's all go out there and make our king proud.
Alright, time to kick Srang butt. Alright, onwards.
Brave soldiers of Vargas, I task you now with this. Defeat the forces of Srang and prove your might anew.
Alright.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
Hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work of this.
We must act now.
I will hold down the stronghold. You focus on dispatching the
same
Allow me.
when my father has fallen.
Repeating the same fight as well. Not sure how I feel about that one.
We must act now, before the worry sets in.
I'm ready to go.
Though I'm fighting alongside the young Margrave and late King once again. It's quite the sensation.
Take a breather.
I'm honored you think I stack up to my father. I can't help but feel like I'm pale in comparison.
Enough of that. You are more than worthy of the comparison. And to one day take his place as the Margrave.
Hey, Dimitri's already blazed that path, so he's gotta know what he's talking about.
There will be no end if we stay on the defensive. Perhaps we should take the fight to our enemy instead.
We must act now, before the worry sets in. Let us see what we can do.
Hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work of this.
We will proceed as planned.
These wild tactics remind me of my father's chess strategies. Wait, I think they might be trying to reach our base. My father's first wife. The one who died in the stranglements. What was she like?
She was a classmate of ours at the
We will proceed as planned.
Academy, and the star pupil of the Black Eagles.
I understand he earned his Wall of Ice moniker after she was lost.
Indeed. Before that, he was a lively young man, cheerful and friendly to the last.
Let's do this! Side of the way!
Let's crush their defenses!
Let's take the stronghold!
Not a problem.
My time has come. Surrender!
I'm ready to go.
Everything is going swimmingly. I doubt even Lambert could find fault with us.
I pray my son isn't causing you or His Majesty too much trouble.
That should make... I'll make things easy.
Allow me.
But there's still the commander to deal with.
This payback has been years in the making, Gautier!
That guy. The one who's as loud as a cannon. That must be who we're looking for.
Seize this moment. We must act now, before the... Let us see what we can...
Hear you loud and clear.
Here it comes! You're done!
We will proceed as planned. We will proceed as planned. We will proceed as planned.
Not a problem.
My time has come.
Allow me.
Hear you loud and clear.
A resounding success.
Don't hate us for this. Our way of life hangs in the balance. Your brother kicked off.
Yes, he did. But what do you care? You're the one who left us behind, remember?
Perhaps I thought too highly of my troops. But I can retreat with my pride intact.
Yeah, and don't come back. Or if you do, at least leave your weapons and soldiers behind.
I'll think about it.
Demetrius is like, what the heck, Sylvain?
They descended upon us like a storm.
I've never seen the people of Srang fight with such ferocity, and their leader was a pure terror. Still, I thought that man more discerning than to simply attempt to batter his way into Fargus.
Probably didn't realize how outmatched they were. I mean, they never could have expected that the king himself would show up to stop them.
But the three northern houses have always fought as one against the forces of Srang. Plus, they know the entire kingdom will fall on them if they press the issue too far.
Sylvain is right. This was no miscalculation. Instead, I think someone was whispering suggestions in their collective ears.
Espionage by the Empire. Or perhaps Cornelia's fell group.
It will take time to pin down the truth, but even if this is the result of some outside influence on the Srang clans, the fault still lies with me. I never should have educated that man.
Don't blame yourself, Father.
The people of Srang do not speak the language of Fodlan. Had he never learned it...
Yet Sylvain was only able to get through to him as a result of your teachings. And though his words lacked compassion, it was still quite remarkable to hear him speak at all. I was raised to think of the Srang people as demons who emerged unbidden from the snowy tundra. Considering that, exchanging even a few meager sentences with them feels like a miracle.
I agree with His Majesty. We will never achieve peace without understanding each other. And you know we can't end this through sheer force of arms alone, Father.
We already understand our enemy perfectly well. They fight for a port that is not choked with ice and for land that is warm and fertile. Yet Fargus is hardly a region of abundance, and there is nothing we can spare them. So how exactly do you hope to achieve peace amidst such scarcity?
I don't know, yet. But I'll keep searching for a way, even if it takes my entire life.
You remain as naive as ever, boy.
Matthias, wait! Apologies, Your Majesty. I will go speak with him. You should make ready to head back.
What the Margrave says is reasonable, yet I sense an earnestness in your words as well, Sylvain.
Oh, I'm earnest, all right. I'll drag our people kicking and screaming to peace if that's what I have to do.
Peace with Srang doesn't sound like some hopeless ideal to me. I'm sure you'll find a way to pull it off.
Thanks. That means a lot.
Regardless, we must eliminate this threat if we ever hope to free ourselves from the power of the relics. Still, there's no reason we must do so through military might and bloodshed, if another way will suffice. I appreciate the way you think, Sylvain. I truly do.
And I'm always impressed with how much you hate warfare, considering how good you are at it.
Is your father going to be okay? He didn't exactly take well to your opinion back there.
Trust me, I've been a son for long enough to know that the feelings he keeps private can fill a library. If he really thought I was some kind of naive idiot, he'd have kept it to himself. There's something else weighing on his mind here. I'm certain of it.
There you are, Matthias.
Do you remember the night of the ball, Rodrigue? Back in our days at the Academy, you, me, and Lambert grew weary of the festivities and stole away to train by ourselves.
How could I forget? The stars in that sky were a true sight to behold. We talked about all sorts of things that night. It was the first time we ever discussed our dreams for the future, and the last as well.
Lambert told us how he hoped to forge a peace between Fargus and the people of Srang in Dusker.
Ha! He certainly did. And once he was named king, the man did his best to see it through. Srang may have been a lost cause, but he worked tirelessly to bring Dusker into the fold.
I called him naive that night. His dreams sounded like the thing of childhood storybooks and cradle tales, but these days I wonder if I wasn't the naive one. He always took the long view of things, saw the whole continent unfolding before him. But me? I've lost too many over the years, and their blood clouds my vision. I could never see things now as he once did. Could there really be a pathway to peace?
You haven't changed one bit, Matthias. If you regret what you said to Sylvain, I suggest you find him and apologize before this goes any further.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
Alright, and now Sylvain finally has the Lance of Ruin. Sorry about that, son. Here's a badass lance. It's not even worth having right now because we have to upgrade it first. Save. Alright. I'll do 1 or 2 battles, but then I have to wrap it up. With how long these chapters are getting, I'm starting to realize I may be only able to commit to, like, 1 story mission, and that's about it.
The fight starts now.
We have no choice but to finish this quickly.
We're with you all the way. Stand tall.
For sure, I know that the next story, I will not be doing the next story chapter. There's too much story at this point. I mean, I'm almost 5 hours in, and I just got started on the battles.
I'll make short work of this.
We must act now, before the worries. Let us see what we can do.
We will proceed as planned.
Alright,
This place won't be a problem
let's go!
anymore.
Let's take the stronghold.
Let us close the defenses.
Don't mind if I
Hear you loud and clear.
Sylvain, go help Rodrigue out.
do.
I beg your assistance at once.
Let's take the stronghold.
All would be lost if I were to die here.
Yeah, now that I'm realizing this, I've come to peace with the fact that if I have to do this particular run and Xeno 3 at the same time, it is what it is.
You'll have to take these from here.
To be fair, it is taking me a bit longer because I'm actually reading the dialogue out and everything.
So we've done it.
And there was, well, to be fair, I know we also got a lot done tonight because there were 3 paralogs. Each one of those probably takes like 20 minutes.
The stronghold's out.
Like, if it wasn't for the paralogs, I'm pretty sure I would have been able to do 2 chapter
This place won't be a
tonight.
problem anymore. Right on.
Alright, we're going to that corner.
Imperial General Ladislava is here to fight.
Oh, Vladislava's out.
This victory will be the first step toward our new future.
Nice. there now I can finally upgrade Rodrigue to a master class.
I see.
All right, back. Depending on how long this takes, what I might try to do is I might try to do all the regular battles, and then save the story chapter is something we'll do next Wednesday as kind of a cliffhanger of sorts. But in the end, I'll see how I feel, because I'm gonna have to call this soon.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
There, finally upgrade Rodrigue. Train.
I'll take.
Alright, cool. So yeah, Yuri's good to go. If I've got
Time to
any
work you into shape.
seals to spare. No, I do not. Okay.
Can't wait to see how you do.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further
Collect
service.
supplies, and then we'll be back off.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
Alright, so 13 until
Let me
I
know
get
if I may be of further
rank.
service.
Alright, back out to the battle map.
The fight starts now. Stay safe. A life is the only thing we can't replace.
Victory will be ours. Together.
Alright, time to kick butt. Actually, you know, it would probably be a better use of mine.
We will proceed as planned. We
Pioneers
must act now.
have them go
Let
attack
us see what we can do.
strongholds.
Hear you loud and clear.
Okay, cool.
Now, strike with all your might. Let us crush their defenses.
Don't mind if I do. Here it comes! You're done!
Now, who's this one?
Enemy down!
You're like a beautiful flower blooming on the battlefield.
Well, plus, like every chapter, you know, there's gonna be like on the way.
What? I should not be struggling so.
Nice.
The stronghold's ours.
About halfway done.
Here it comes. Out of the way. You're done. We can ill afford defeat here.
Well, time to go aid Dimitri.
On to the next then.
I'm dragging the others down.
You're done.
70 to go.
So we've done it.
Let's carve a swath through the battlefield.
Oh, I see. I'm taking fire damage.
We're not losing to anyone!
My accomplishments won't mean a thing if I'm not still standing when the battle's over.
I feel there's little I can't handle with you by my side.
Alright, done.
Let's carve a swath through the battlefield.
I do hope you'll make this fun for me.
Alright, I'll let everyone else go slaughter this guy.
Couldn't hurt.
I won't lose. This is little more than a scratch.
This doesn't look so good.
You're done.
Commence the mission.
Not a problem.
Oh, I've been poisoned.
Allow me.
Taking the area!
No regret. My word. Prepare yourself. It's not over.
Get out of the way!
Focus! That is off of the crit.
Prepare yourself.
Alright, that should wrap that up. Boys.
Luck was on our side today.
sure about this route, but I know that at the very least, I don't think the final battle, it recommended that you be at more than, like, the level mid-50s. And considering that Shez is already at level 50, I think we'll be okay.
Would you mind listening to my idea? I shall see to preparations at once.
Money!
What'd you think?
Yeah, get some more Master Seals.
May I have a word? Hey!
Alright. Considering that the storage unit isn't completely filled up yet, I'm gonna continue battling.
Understood.
Yeah, just to get some experience for the other playable units, because Shez is completely leveled out for now.
Sorry, but I'm gonna have to sweep you clean off the battlefield.
Onward to victory.
Alright, this one looks like it's also dying.
We will proceed as planned. We move. We will proceed as planned.
Excuse me.
We must. Let us see what we can do.
Alright, where the heck is...
We will proceed as planned. We must.
Let's begin. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think that's definitely the key sign that I need to wrap up relatively soon. I'm starting to get tired of it. Ideally, I'd like to be able to keep pushing and do all the battles before the story battle, but I'll have to see.
I face my comrades after this.
It'd be nice to start with the story battle right away next Wednesday, but we'll see.
I'm sorry. We weren't
Yeah,
strong
honestly,
enough.
I mean, it's probably just takes practice, to be honest, but, like, I'm surprised
Please find it in your heart
that
to
some
help me.
streamers can go for this long. I definitely know that some, like, stream daily for, like, 7 or 8 hours a day. I mean, like, basically an entire shift's worth of work. Which, I guess, to be fair, if that's their job, then they're only worrying about that 40 hours a week, whereas for me, it's like... It's this plus...
This battle will make a fine stage for
At the
my
bare minimum,
debut.
it's like an additional 16 hours a week doing this. In terms of, like, spending energy, like, this is actually fun for me, but, like...
Did you think I'd go quietly?
Like, okay, now that I don't enjoy my job, but, like, this is actually enjoyable. Because it's leisure
You
time.
know what they say about playing with fire.
But, like, it does consume my time regardless. It's like, so, like... And just, yeah, I guess it's like I'm currently committing to 16 hours a week. Of course, with these streams, that number definitely Alright, where the heck did Dimitri go? Oh, he's helping. Oh, I'm over in his realm. So close to the crit. There you go.
Got you! Hey, you tried!
Alright, the general has appeared.
We won't lose, no matter what.
It's me. I would appreciate some help.
This ends now!
I shall take the lead.
Allow me.
I've awaited this moment.
Seize this moment!
I can't lose. Nothing. Thank you. I'll repay you somehow.
No regrets! I'll show you no mercy! This will make a fine football. I refuse to hold back. You won't stop me!
Haha, let's go!
This victory will be the first step toward our new future.
Yeah, and like even the magic types, now that I think about it, kind of seem like they differ. Like the Empire seems like it's more allied with like with fire and dark magic.
Can't let my friend.
Vargas is more like electric magic or lightning magic, and then the Alliance is more like wind magic. All right. Well, now we can actually do the story mode whenever we want.
How about it?
Okay.
All right. Time to take down some monsters.
Advance. We're with you all the way. Stand tall. This ends now! It's... This ends now! this
We'll
much.
have to take things from here.
I should have taken this more seriously.
Alright, done. Nice.
A fine fight. Raise your voices in victory!
Well?
Alright, I need to go buy blue cheese.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
Okay, so now this is the important thing, is like now you can actually power up the hero's
Let me
relics
know
and the
if I
saint's
may be of
weapons,
further
so
service.
Well,
it's really important.
how'd it go?
Because there's a lot of them.
Any result's a good result.
Ah, Sylvain. I was hoping to ask your opinion on our recent meeting.
Hey, I'm always happy to talk. But if you want House Gautier's take, shouldn't you ask my father?
I don't want House Gautier's opinion. I want yours.
Okay. Well, we were talking about the pros and cons of incorporating commoners in the nobility, right? Seems to me like we got it all sorted out.
Yes. The discussion primarily revolved around a single point. Whether those without crests are actually worthy of entering the nobility.
I mean, if they're up to the challenge, I don't see why not. It's like how you promoted my brother, right? Skill is what matters in the end.
Indeed. And the performances of Ash and the Commander serve as proof of such.
Just don't get carried away, you know? Too much of a good thing and all that? I'm sure you realize what would happen to the kingdom if we lost the power of crests.
Naturally. However, crest bloodlines are currently fading everywhere. People such as Felix, who were born with major crests, are the exception in this day and age.
Which means Fargus has two options if we want to retain our power. One, we bolster our military and promote prosperity while delicately letting the bloodline dance play out. Or two, we admit bloodlines won't last forever and create a social system that doesn't rely on inheritance. Neither one would hold up for long, but if I had to choose, I guess the first option would be the better one for the kingdom on the whole.
Bolstering our military is more easily said than done. Impoverished as our land is, it will be difficult to compete with regions of more fertile ground.
Hey, do you remember what I said when you talked to me about promoting my brother? I told you it was important to keep up appearances while we were in the middle of a war. And honestly, I don't have any real objection to the way you're running things now.
Thank you, Sylvain. I knew you would help me sort things out in my head.
I don't usually get into serious stuff like this, but I'm glad I could help.
Such topics are not beyond your grasp, though. Your complete sincerity is a great strength. That said, you never show that side of you to any but Felix and myself. Although, I must admit, you were far from sincere during our academy days.
Ugh, don't remind me. Just thinking about it makes me cringe.
If you see the error of your ways, it is not too late to mend them. Or perhaps you require one of my lectures, like old times?
Pass. You know I've got them all memorized anyway.
I do hope you realize how much I rely on you, Sylvain. You have so many things I lack. You're clever and quick-witted like your father, yet...
Yeah, well, I've been jealous of your strength ever since we were kids.
None of us are perfect. So let us dwell no longer on our failings. I apologize for taking up so much of your time, though I hope to have similar discussions in the future.
Looking forward to it. Glad I can always speak my mind around you. I'll figure something out, I promise. Just write to your father, okay?
I will.
Hey there, Dedu. Can I help you with something?
No, just passing by.
You sure? Looks like you really want to say something.
I was touched by your interaction with that woman.
What's that supposed to mean?
During our academy days, I often heard untoward rumors about you. You had a tendency to skip training, and a certain reputation concerning women. You caused His Majesty all manner of headaches.
Dedu is pissed.
I can't deny that, but that's all in the past. I'm a lot more responsible these days, don't you think?
Don't expect praise for merely doing your job.
Right.
Though I have been curious about what caused this change of heart.
Change of heart might be taking it a bit too far. It's just, I always see how Dimitri and Felix are out there doing all these amazing things. So I can't very well be goofing around when they're off making names for themselves. Call it a sibling rivalry.
Sibling rivalry?
They're like brothers to me, which is exactly why I don't want them looking down on me.
I see. I understand how you feel. I had a younger sister.
Had? Oh. Tell me about her. What was she like?
She loved flowers, and often made crowns out of them. And once she set her mind to something, nothing in the world could change it.
Aw, she sounds sweet. And a little intimidating.
You cannot flirt with the dead, try as you might.
Whoa, hold on. I was just being honest. I'm sorry I never got the chance to meet her. I mean, if her protective older brother didn't kick me into next week first.
I may just have done so. Sylvain, you should visit Dusker after this war is over. My sister's grave is there. It's nothing special, but I would like to show it to you sometime.
I would love to, my friend. And I'll make sure to bring a giant bouquet of flowers with me.
She would like that very much.
Who's cutting onions? I didn't even think about the possibility that he
Care
would
to
have
make yourself useful?
Dedu's sister. Lauren's like, how many times must I
counting on you
sweep
both.
this
I am
same
confident.
spot?
Sure.
Many times I darn well please, Lawrence.
We all must do our fair share.
Time to work you into shape.
Alright, how many do I have? Oh, I got 3 Master Seals now. Might as well go some people. Okay, so where did I leave off in terms of going in order? Lawrence is already done.
I must set course.
Get set at the
With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Alright, then I needed to go get blue cheese.
I carry a little of everything here. You've got an eye for quality, friend. Hope to see you again soon.
Alright, back to the war map.
Well?
Alright, free forge uses. Back to the camp.
Hey there. Need something? Is this it? 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 See you around. Hey there. Need something? Is this it? See you around.
Let's
All right,
begin.
onwards.
Let us show them the might of the greatest soldiers Vargas has to offer.
Victory will be ours. Together.
Hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work of this.
We must act now, before the worries. Let us see what we can do.
We will proceed as planned.
Let's take the stronghold.
Let us crush their defenses.
Just wait.
I'll not falter.
The area is ours.
practically a stroll through the park.
You'll have to take things from here.
Surrender!
Okay, let's go.
Sorry, but I gotta fall back. Let us...
Stay sharp. Keep those eyes and ears open.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Success.
Surrender! Prepare yourself!
Is that all we've got?
Surrender! I will cut you all down! For Vargas! I will cut you all down!
I'm dragging the others down.
Escape is our only option.
Can you...
We're here to help!
Vargas! Prepare yourself! I will cut you all down!
I don't know how long I can hold up. Help me, please. All would be lost if I were to die here.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
How many times am I gonna go the wrong way on this map? Jeez. Oh, never mind.
A fine fight. Raise your voices in victory!
Well...
Ooh, an arrow of Indra.
For His Majesty. Hold strong. I'm here to defend you.
Ha! This pressure is exactly what I need to thrive. We must let us see what we can do.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our...
Hear you loud and clear. Oh. Hear you loud and clear.
Let's move.
I'm all right.
I won't lose.
Our wounds are severe. I'd have to fall back.
Allow me.
I'm ready to go.
Attack! Give them no quarter.
So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
A resounding success.
Hear you loud and clear.
I've awaited this moment.
No use. We can't gain any ground.
That went well. Unsurprising.
All would be lost if I were to die here.
This is not yet the time for celebration.
Let's fight as one.
Allow me.
Is that all we've got?
How can I face my comrades after this?
We can
Let us
ill afford defeat here.
I'm ready to go. Wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
I typically leap at the chance to be pursued.
Yeah, right.
All would be lost if I were to die here.
The stronger person won.
I'll show you.
It's a relief to have you on our side.
We're here to help.
Take up defensive positions.
Our time has finally come.
I'll make short work of this.
We will proceed as planned.
We're done for. The rest is up to you.
My chances are slim.
Retreat!
You've done well, everyone.
for His Majesty.
We have no choice but to finish this quickly.
We're with you all the way. Stand tall. We will proceed. We must hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work of them.
We must act now, before the worry sets in.
We will proceed as planned.
You shall pay for this, you hear?
This is not yet the time for celebration.
Retreat!
Looks like we got a live one. Time to get in there and fight.
We will have to hold the line for now. Be patient and wait for an opening.
I defy you! We must act now, before the worry sets in.
Against me.
Fine work to do. Let's keep up this momentum and push onward to victory.
I'm ready to go. A fine fight. Raise your voices in victory.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Well, how'd it go? Any result's a good result.
Your Majesty, you will take ill if you keep sleeping at your desk.
Do? Oh, I've done it again. Yes, well, thank you for waking me and sparing my poor neck any further damage.
You sounded pained. Is everything all right?
dreaming of the past again, I fear.
The tragedy?
No. The day I returned to the capital afterward. Do you remember the child who cursed me after my father's funeral?
Oh, yes. I believe he was the son of a knight who fell in Duscur.
He was furious that I would not take revenge on your people, and even more enraged to see you serving as my vassal. He berated me without mercy, demanding I kill you then and there. All I could do was walk away. Everyone desires revenge for that day. Survivors and the dead alike cry out for retribution.
I know, Your Majesty.
I seek to fulfill the duty they have given me, and have never once flinched from it. And yet, to do. If I were mortally wounded and begged with my dying breath for you to avenge me, what would you do?
I would do it, even at the cost of my life.
And if I told you to forget me, and live for your own happiness?
I would regretfully decline. I cannot know happiness without you by my side. I would still seek vengeance. Just for my own sake, not yours.
Interesting. And nothing I say to the contrary will change your mind?
Your Majesty, can you not live for your own sake?
My life is not my own. It belongs to my kingdom, my people, and the dead. But had I been born to a different fate, well, perhaps I would have traveled outside Poland with you as a mercenary. Or perhaps I'd be a farmer. I confess the thought does sound rather delightful.
Surely you could still tread those paths.
It was a jest to do. I merely said the first thing that came to mind. I am driven by matters on which I cannot permit myself to yield. I hope you understand that.
Well then, all the more reason to get some proper rest. If work remains, I will aid you. If you have difficulty sleeping, I will lend you my ear. But seeing you slumped over at your desk disturbs me. Every time, I fear death has come for you in the night.
Death will never sneak up on me as long as I remain under your watchful attention.
Your Majesty, please.
Though, if I were to die and leave you alone, the aftermath would be horrendous. I suppose I will heed your advice. Just this once.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
This is where I'm gonna wrap up the gaming segment. I would like to push on and do a second chapter in the stream, but I recognize that between the regular battles and the story mode, that's probably going to take another hour, and I don't have the mental capacity to do it right now with how tired I am. So that's where I'm gonna wrap up the gaming segment.